All right, the time is now 6 p.m. Our regular city council meeting for September 17, 2024 is now in session. First on the agenda is Councilmember Macaluso will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, we come to you asking for your wisdom and guidance as we meet tonight. I ask that you work through us all to do what is best for the citizens of our great city and allow us to have meaningful discussions on the issues being considered. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to you, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Councilmember Macaluso. Okay, first on the agenda is the appointment of our Mayor Pro Tem. It is my sincere regret that Mayor Pro Tem Gibson announced her resignation 2 weeks past. It has been a pleasure to have her serve our great city of Schertz. Therefore, our city council now officially consists of 6 council members, which has created a Mayor Pro Tem vacancy. And according to our rules and procedures, Councilmember Westbrook is next and has accepted the appointment. Therefore, the chair would like to make a motion to appoint Councilmember Westbrook as our new city Mayor Pro Tem.
So move.
Got a second? Again, motion was made by the chair, second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 5 ayes, no objections, motion passes. All right, Councilmember Westbrook, if you, congratulations. We will now administer the oath of office to Mayor Pro Tem Westbrook.
Right hand on the Bible.
After me. You can hear me. I state your name,
I, Robert Westbrook,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the City of Schertz Mayor Pro Tem
of the City of Schertz Mayor Pro Tem
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state.
so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Westbrook. All right, we'll move on. Next, we have a presentation, our first responder art contest and winner of the T-shirt promotion for breast awareness. Chief Lowry? Which one is it?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Williams. This evening, we'd just like to tell you that the month of October is obviously there's the breast cancer awareness program, and the Schertz first responders wanted to do something a little bit different this year. And usually officers get pink patches, pink badges, and it's a whole uniform change, and we just really couldn't afford to do that. So we wanted to engage our members of the high school at Clemens High School, make it a home project. And with that, we reached out to the school district, reached out to the art teacher, Miss Amanda Aguilar, and we had an art contest to come up with a T-shirt design for our first responders. And what you see on the board is the winning submission. So it was selected by our EMS, fire, and police as the winning design. Our T-shirts will be ready next week. We will start selling those for $20 a piece. We have made a limited run. It will be a first come, first serve. We will take cash in a Venmo account. We'll post that on our social media. But again, it is 500 shirts. It's a limited run on that. What we have done also to show further appreciation is the Fire Association and the Police Association both donated $500 cash for a $1,000 scholarship. Our winner is Miss Emma Jenkins, and she's right back here. And we come to find out, and we didn't know it at the time, her father is also a paramedic for Toyota plant and a volunteer fireman, part-time fireman at the Bracken Fire Department. In addition to that, when we have the large check here in the presentation in just a minute, we also have a presentation from our EMS chief. So in addition to the $1,000 scholarship, she's also being given a scholarship to attend a National Registry EMT class, which is valued at $1,300, that she is also interested in taking, so she is going to be attending that class. So what I'd like to do is just, one, I want to recognize Emma for her passion and her ability to produce this work, present her the check tonight from the police, fire, and EMS, and then also give her her certificate for the EMT. And on a final note, which I'm really proud of, and it was a surprise to me, but her artwork will also be on the cover of the Schertz magazine for October. So I think that's fantastic. So Mr. Mayor and Mr. Williams, if y'all would mind stepping down for a photo opportunity. So what we have here with us also is Richard Kuntz, Daniel Trevino from the Police Association. We have Dana Kellum from the Fire Department, and Miss Amanda Aguilar from the School District, and Jason Abbott is our EMS chief. Again, I just want to say congratulations, Emma, fantastic job, and we're looking forward to selling these t-shirts out within the first 2 weeks. Ms. Aguilar is our teacher, art teacher.
Okay, do I stand
You
this?
can stand here, you do either one.
Thank you. Our art students an opportunity to make a little money and scholarship, but also to recognize Emma. She state qualifier last year and a state medalist. So our students in the community make wonderful art, and so anything we can do to support our art students, we're really grateful. Teachers to the community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Early detection is key. My wife's a cancer survivor too, and make sure you get yourself screened. If there's any doubt, check it out. All right. Thank you so much, Emma, for your contributions to our community. Appreciate it. I'll stand down here. We have a couple proclamations. If we can have the Fire Prevention Week, we can have the representatives please join me up here. And Councilmember Westbrook will be reading the proclamation.
Thanks for everything you do. Fire Prevention Week, October 6th through the 12th, 2024. Whereas the City of Schertz is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all living in and visiting our city, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where the people are at the greatest risk from fire, And whereas home fires killed more than 2,700 people in the United States in 2022, according to the National Fire Protection Association, and fire departments in the United States responded to 360,000 home fires. And whereas roughly 3 out of 5 fire deaths happen in homes with either no smoke alarms or with no working smoke alarms, and whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half, and whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of fire in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely, and whereas residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home, and whereas residents will make sure their smoke alarms meet the needs of all their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities, and whereas residents should test smoke alarms at least once a month, and whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire, and whereas Schertz Fire Rescue is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education, and whereas residents are responsive to public measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes, and whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms Make Them Work for You, serves to remind us of the importance of having working smoke alarms in the home. Now, therefore, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, does hereby proclaim October 6th through 12th, 2024 as Fire Prevention Week throughout this city, and he urges all the people of Schertz to make sure that their homes have working smoke alarms and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Schertz Fire Rescue and our emergency services team. Thank you.
I think everything was pretty well said in that statement. All I can say is over this month or any month, not just a week, but throughout the year, make sure to do your due diligence. Nothing can help you better than a smoke detector. And if it's not working, the grave outcome that can come with it is not what we aspire to do. Over the course of my career, I've seen a number of people benefit from the smoke detectors. And while I hope none of you ever have to go through that, please make sure that when you get home, you check yours. Additionally, if you have gas in your home, carbon monoxide detectors are wonderful as well. Thank you.
Our next proclamation is National IT Professionals Day. That's September 17, 2024. And that proclamation will be read by Councilmember Allison Hayward.
For a minute there, I was like, the way y'all were piling out of that room, I'm like, is this iRobots or something? Oh, goodness. Today, we're going to read a proclamation on National IT Professionals Day, September 17, 2024. Whereas we celebrate National IT Professional Day on the third Tuesday of every September, on September 17, 2024, this year, to recognize the technical experts, network engineers, system administrators, database admins, and many more types of IT professionals that make sure our computer systems run smoothly. Whereas IT is recognized as a fundamental part of modern society and is defined as the use of computers, applications, storage, networking, and other systems, infrastructure, and processes to create, process, storage, secure, and exchange all forms of electronic data. Whereas the City of Schertz, the IT department consists of 12 employees who bring to the city a combined experience of more than 190 years, Y'all are old. In technology industry, the director, 38 years, the computer system coordinator, 27 years, senior system administrator, 11 years, public safety system coordinator, 29 years, GIS administrator, 28 years, GIS specialist, 27 years, 3 IT support specialists with a combined of 20 years, and an admin assistant with 16 years experience. Whereas the City of Schertz IT Department oversees hundreds of software programs for the city with the goal of ensuring smooth, efficient, around-the-clock operations for all city departments, including our city council, senior management, finance, all public safety agencies, the library, planning and development, public works, and etc. Whereas the City of Schertz IT Department responsibilities also include providing 24/7 support for more than 3,000 devices, including telecommunication systems, cell phones, internet, firewalls, servers, desktops, mobile computers, camera systems, tablets, switches, etc., for both office-bound and field-focused personnel. And whereas the City of Schertz IT Department currently oversees and participates in more than 25 ongoing projects across the city, providing direction, completed a master communication plan, citywide training program, and a council chamber project. Whereas the City of Schertz IT Department continues to focus on identifying and meeting new challenges in key areas such as cybersecurity, state and federal guidelines for data management and security, shifting technology trends, and etc. Now therefore be it resolved, on behalf of the Mayor, Ralph Gutierrez, the Mayor of the City of Schertz, we recognize September 17, 2024 as National IT Professionals Day. And we urge the citizens of this community to appreciate the expert technical experience and the talent of our IT teams brings to the city every day. Thank you.
I just want to say how thankful I am to be a part of this dedicated group of professionals. It means a lot to me, and we look forward to serving the city for another year. Thank you.
Our next proclamation is the National Finance and Accounting Appreciation Week, September 23rd through the 27th, 2024. If I can have the finance individuals, please join me up here. And Councilmember Tim Brown will be reading the proclamation.
Good evening. National Finance and Accounting Appreciation Week, September 23rd through 27th, 2024. Whereas the history of finance and accounting is an established practice dating back several millennia, and whereas records and documents originating from the Mesopotamian region traced back as far as 5000 BC reveal the employment of accounting systems. Further evidence of the prevalence of accounting would appear from discoveries in ancient Egypt and Babylonia. And whereas the City of Schertz Finance Department consists of a finance director, assistant finance director, senior accountant, financial analyst, accounts payable coordinator, and administrative assistant, with a combined department total of over 90 years of experience and expert knowledge. And whereas the Finance Department oversees the management of the City of Schertz budget, and for fiscal year 2023 to 2024, the total budget is $118,829,544. Whereas the Finance Department upholds a high standard of ethics, professionalism, and knowledge by maintaining and enhancing their skills through continuing professional education. And whereas the Finance Department always practices good financial stewardship and has been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. Now therefore, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, does hereby proclaim September 23 through 27, 2024, National Finance and Accounting Appreciation Week in the City of Schertz, and ask the citizens to acknowledge and recognize the outstanding financial stewardship the Finance Department provides the city every day.
I know finance is usually in the background, but everyone has to deal with us, and I apologize if those interactions aren't what you need. But we do appreciate being called out every so often, and it feels good to get back to the city any way we can. And me and my team, we like doing what we do, and we love being with the city, and we appreciate all the support we get from the citizens and other staff throughout the year. So thank you again.
Our next proclamation is the HR Professionals Day, September 26, 2024. If I can please have the HR personnel, please join me up here. And the proclamation will be presented by Councilmember Paul Macaluso.
National HR Professional Day, September 26, 2024. For 2024, the themes are championing ethical technology and AI integration, redefine future workplaces, excellence in people leadership, and continuous investment in skills and education. Whereas Human Resource Professional Day is celebrated every September 26 and is designed to pay tribute to those working in human resource departments everywhere. And whereas Governor General Sir Patrick Allen first referenced Human Resource Professional Day back in October of 2013, he created this day to recognize and celebrate human resource professionals who play an integral role in ensuring the success of organizations by nurturing and developing human capital. And whereas in the City of Schertz, the Human Resource Department consists of a Director of HR and Purchasing, a Human Resource Manager, a Senior HR Generalist, and a Human Resources Assistant who have a combined total of over 62 years of experience in the field of human resources. And whereas human resource professionals carry out multiple tasks in an organization, they are the ones who build, maintain, generate, and control company policies to ensure it benefits both the city and the employees within the country's labor laws and best practices. And whereas the City of Schertz human resource professionals oversee the Staff Appreciation Group, Health and Wellness Program, city and department-wide training initiatives, new recruit initiatives, Facebook and LinkedIn, provides onboard orientation, benefits, retirements, payroll, lunch webinars, and employee relations for the 461 plus employees who work for the city. And whereas Human Resources Professional Day is all about thanking and appreciating the HR professionals who handle the most difficult of situations, including staff negotiating, corporate liaison, and legislation interpreting. Now therefore, be it resolved that Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, recognize Human Resources Professional Day, September 26, 2024, in the City of Schertz, and I urge all citizens to thank and appreciate the beneficial services the City of Schertz human resource professionals provide to the employees and community.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the recognition. We're a small team, many of whom couldn't join us tonight, but I do have Yolanda Valdez with me. She's one of our HR generalists. She brings so much to our team. She recently got her national HR certification. So, like I said, adds a lot of value there. HR is not always a glamorous job, but I'm convinced it is the best job. We have the pleasure of working with employees from all of the city departments, get to build relationships, provide support, and be an advocate. So very thankful for the work that we do. We have a great group of employees. So thank you so much for the recognition tonight.
We'll move on to city events and announcements. Announcements of upcoming events, Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's quite a few on here, so bear with me. On Saturday, September 21st, is going to be the community car seat check from 9 to 11 a.m. This will be at Canal Creek Elementary, located at 233 Hubertus Road in Schertz. On Sunday, September 22nd, will be Owl Prowl at Crescent Bend Nature Park, and that is in the evening from 8:30 to 9:30. Friday, September 27th, will be the first day of the Skylight Balloon Fest that the Chamber puts on from 5 to 9 p.m. at River City Community Church. That's at 16765 Lookout Road in Selma. Saturday, September 28th, will be day 2 for the Skylight Balloon Fest, located at the same place. Tuesday, October 1st, is National Night Out, beginning at 6 p.m. Saturday, October 12th, is the Nature Discovery Series, Discover Unbelievable Bats at Crescent Bend Nature Park from 9:30 to 11:30. A note here that city offices will be closed on Monday, October 14th for Columbus Day, and then we'll be back here for our next regularly scheduled meeting on Tuesday, October 15th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Next, announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity today to participate in a panel put on by the San Antonio Business Journal as well as the New Braunfels Chamber of Commerce in New Braunfels with 5 other city managers from up and down the 35 corridor. And it was great to hear what everybody has going on. We live in a dynamic area, and it was very exciting to be able to share all the wonderful things we have going on in the city of Schertz. So it was a great opportunity and a great learning experience.
All right, next is announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I do have 2 announcements I'd like to make. First of all, thank you, Chief Rogers and the EMS crew that responded to my emergency 2 weeks ago. Appreciate it so much. The second announcement is that we have a special session scheduled for September 24th. It will be here at this chamber. It is to order a special election to fill the vacancy for place 4. The filing dates, the end dates, the ballot drawing, and the election date will all be announced during the September 24th session. Next, we have the hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the City Council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Now, we also have a public hearing. Item number 22 is scheduled today. Now, you have a choice. You may speak during the hearing of residents, or you may hold off and wait till the public hearing, or you may speak at both. The option is yours. If you did sign up for number 22, the public hearing, if you just let us know you'll speak at during that public hearing, then we'll move on to the next person. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, please call our first speaker.
Sandra Ott.
Hi, I'm Sandra Ott. I'm at 2305 Denot Hill, or they might have it at 18780 IH35. My great-grandparents, Adam and Anna Hubertus, purchased over 400 acres in the early 1900s, where my family lives on the remaining 35 acres. Hubertus Road is named after my family's ancestors. The house you would be demolishing for apartments has a lot of historical value. All of Adam Hubertus's children received land from him. My grandmother, Mary Hubertus Ott, passed the land to my father, Elgin Ott, who gave the land to his children, the current residents of Denot Hill. My father would never have sold the land to destroy our quality of life. He valued family more than money. I can't imagine selling this land to someone out of New York who may or may not have even seen this land and has no idea of the historical value. This zoning should be delayed until the water shortage is resolved. I can't imagine the amount of water that 900 apartments would need. The other major issue is building more apartments in an area with existing traffic problems. I have experienced the traffic leaving and returning to Schertz with up to an hour-and-a-half wait, and that can happen quite a few days out of the week. I went to TxDOT meeting in April, and they said that IH-35 will not be expanded for 8 to 10 years. Has the city of Schertz done any traffic impact studies to assess how 900 apartments will affect the traffic? It is obvious that the individuals who want the zoning care only about the money and not the current residents of Schertz who will be impacted. Thank you.
Adam Sharp.
Council members, thank you for your time. Y'all are going to hear a lot of stuff from us, right? Obviously, you know my position. This last city council meeting, y'all asked, is there a deed, is there a regulation on this road in order to do it? And I provided y'all with that information. I ask that you listen to it, you hear it, you read it, you understand it. This development, and I hope the citizens here realize that they're going to put a low-income housing, an apartment complex right there between 35 and Old Wiederstein Road, right? So that's what we're here to try to get y'all to vote. Again, please realize where we're at. You know, what we want to do in the new comprehensive plan is walkable businesses. If we're going to put low-income housing in this area, who's going to want to walk by that, right? Who's going to go in that area? What businesses are going to be attracted to that? Again, please vote no on line item 18. Thank you.
Nicole Scheer.
Nicole Sharp, 2233 Denot Hill, and agenda item 18. I know you've already heard the facts of this property multiple times and its non-compliance with the UDC codes that you uphold, so I won't repeat everything you already know. Please consider that, as you've all seen, the I-35 access is deeded, perpetual, cannot be altered or used by the public without signatures from owners of all three of the properties that make up Denot Hill, not just the applicant, the Otts, the Densbergers, the Sharps. The applicant claims that the road will not be used, but why did they not remove it from the rezoning request like they did at the last city council meeting? They plan to use this driveway, making conditions unsafe and removing our only access to our homes. This zoning change does not promote an orderly, efficient, or helpful development of the city. Until new roads are built, this would put a strain on Old Wiederstein Road and have dangerous access on Denot Hill, which only allows one car wide. All of the surrounding property owners are in opposition. The only surrounding property owners in support are the ones who financially benefit from rezoning this development. I hope that you take that into consideration and look for more suitable locations for apartment with actual access and capabilities to support this influx of people and traffic, because I believe that planning and zoning's job should be to thoroughly plan and assess how this would work, not just pass on to the next step or department. My question is, why is the city so insistent on apartment complexes on every piece of land? Why not affordable homes or duplexes? And if not, then why not PDD, which has stronger protections than R4 zoning? Low-income housing as the face of the city is not going to bring in the growth you discussed at the previous meeting. Beautification, walkable, high-end businesses. We are not against growth. We just ask that you consider what's best for the area. This is not just a rural piece of property. It's a tight community of family that has been here for generations. How many fights against apartment complexes until you see you are going against the wishes of the community you speak for? Please heavily consider if this is the best move for our community. Thank you for your time.
Tim Dusek.
Good evening, Mayor, Gutierrez, council members. My name is Tim Dusek, 11517 Cypress Barn in the Willow Grove subdivision. Mayor, you get to see me agenda item number 22 as well, and so aren't you the lucky ones? And you actually get to see me Friday at our church dinner as well, so you should be feeling really lucky right now. Want to talk about, in my second part, I'm going to talk about the environmental and health impacts. Right now, I'm going to talk about personal impacts. And I'm going to ask my fellow residents from Willow Grove to stand up and remain standing, please. I come from the COPS Metro Alliance School of Organizing, so that's why I'm asking this to happen. This is like a long, drawn-out process of Groundhog Day for me. And let me tell you why. I grew up on the southeast side of San Antonio, okay? To put it bluntly, I'm very familiar with our part of town being crapped on, and I'm not going to stand by and let that happen with this. This development is not appropriate for an area, especially butting right up against a residential area. It's not necessary. There are 32 stations, gas stations in the city of Schertz. For a city of 40,000, that's 1 per 1,000. That's pretty high saturation when you look at other cities. But more importantly, and I'm not just speaking for myself, I know I'm speaking for my neighbors, this is not wanted, okay? Personally, I'm getting ready to drop a lot of money into my house over the next few months. I'm not looking to have my property values affected by a development such as this that, again, is not appropriate, not necessary, and not wanted, okay? Only 6 of the 32 gas stations in Schertz butt up to a residential area like this proposed gas station. And those 6 are in long-established parts of Schertz, which I know nobody on this council was responsible for approving. That was short-sightedness on the city council's part at that time. Don't repeat that short-sightedness on your part. Thank you.
Carolyn McDonald.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Caroline McDonald with Brown & McDonald, 100 Northeast Loop 410, here before you again this evening on item number 18. Just going to reiterate some of the arguments that I made last time on the proposed development of the apartments. I understand that housing is needed, and I understand that this is a good piece of land for that. However, some of the land use arguments made in the staff recommendation are, I would argue, incorrect. You know, they really like to say that this tract is adjacent to I-35. Well, in fact, only 12 feet of this tract is adjacent to I-35. The apartments will go unchecked and up to about 930 units. That is what they are allowed under this R4 zoning district. We would prefer that a PDD would be brought because a site plan is approved. We could see where the buildings would be. A mixture of type of housing could go in, and we would see where the buffers, the driveways, and all of those impacts would be. Those in favor of the development that spoke at the last hearing, they don't live in the city of Schertz. They live in Austin. They live in Corpus Christi or something like that, and are set to make well over, $1 million at the sale of this land. My client, Sandra Ott, her family members that are here before you are long-term residents of Schertz that live here, that work here, that contribute to the city. And they are not sure of what that's going to look like for them if this zoning is approved this evening. So with that, I respectfully request your denial of the zoning case this evening. Thank you.
Kyle Lucas.
Just a quick question before the council before I begin. Are you able to plug in USB sticks?
To maybe prior to the meeting, I would not allow it. I have no idea what's in there.
Okay. Am I able to pull up a YouTube video then by chance?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I will hold off on that then. My name is Kyle Lucas. I live at 10409 Pecan Branch off of 1518. Just as a start off, the gas station request to be built there is far too close to our residents, as many people will stay here. The traffic in that area, both us as well as the school, is way too crowded. We do have a video on YouTube as well as on here, but I know you cannot verify. That shows a select 3 minutes out of a 35-minute clip that we have recorded for the school time between 7 and 7:40. In that time frame, we have no shortage of 42 cars that use just the one particular entrance where this gas station is going to be at to turn around in. A couple instances where there are near collisions, especially as cars try to cut across, race against trucks because trucks that are stopped at a light take a little bit longer to get across, as well as individuals who use our entrance to go to the Schaefer Road light because that is the only way for them to cut across. That does not count for Schaefer Road itself, as well as the other entrance, which I'm sure more people use to turn around as they go to the high school. Our main issue with that area is that they are not going to do a traffic study as per the planning and zoning meeting before they approve or disapprove of this measure, which is kind of like closing the barn doors before the horses have already left. So we do not need this there, at least before a traffic study is done. We don't want it there. As any of the residents here will say, we prefer that development be a little more particular to the walkable area, especially with the expansion of 1518 and the inclusion of sidewalks. It would make much more sense to include a cafe or food eatery in that area. It would be better for traffic as well as business in that area, especially if they're not competing early in the morning. Sorry, I'd had the whole 3 minutes planned out for that video, and now it's all gone. I will end with this note for now, but I would like and respectfully request you all disapprove of this measure. It does not make sense for that area, especially with the ideal plan for expansion, as well as the overall size of that strip of land. Thank you.
Patricia Lucas.
Ms. Lucas, before you start, if you have any handouts that you'd like to provide to the council, I need 15 copies. If you plan to have a handout, I need them now and not distributed right before you're speaking. Is there anybody here that has handouts? Okay. I'm sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
No problem. Good evening, Council. I did bring 8 copies, one for each of the members. I do have one additional copy if anybody up there did not receive one. Kyle, can you bring, I don't want to give him my original. My son will bring you up a copy. Good evening, my name is Patricia Lucas. I live at 10409 Pecan Branch. I'm a retired Air Force PA who lives in the Village Grove Estates. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to the proposed gas station with convenience store development at the front entrance of our community. The reasons I'm going to discuss are the wants of the community and the hazards. In front of you is a petition from the community. A handful of community members went door to door. We were able to reach community members in 236 of the 302 homes. That's 70% of the community. The petition has 278 signatures from 213 individual homes who are opposed to the placement of this gas station. That's 90% of those who were reached. To be fair, there were 7% of the homes that were ambivalent or for it, and a percentage of the homes that are on the market and vacant. So the math reads that 70% of the folks who live in the community do not want it. The real reason this is before the council is that it requires a special permit because of the hazard associated with this project, namely the gas pumps and the health hazards associated with them. The first point under community development is that it is the city's desire to promote safe, orderly, efficient development. The risk of underground tanks leaking is real. The risk to the health of the kids that go to school 328 feet away is real. The risk of increased health hazards, cancers, anemias, and infections, especially to those who live directly behind the gas station, is real. Once the tanks go in the ground, we as a community are stuck with that hazard. The release of benzene from gas stations occurs from vent pumps, bulk refueling, vapor emissions while refueling, and fueling microspill evaporation and runoff. Most of us get exposed when we fill our tanks. However, those closest to the gas stations do not get to drive away. A 2019 study of U.S. gas stations found that benzene's emissions from underground gasoline storage tank vents were sufficiently high enough to constitute a health concern at a distance of at least 524 feet. Prior to the 2019 study, it was thought that most of the benzene was released at the pump during fueling. Instead, the 2019 study documented that benzene releases from underground fuel storage tanks vents were 10 times higher than releases at gas station pump dispensers. Of the 32 gas stations in Schertz, 56% of them, 18, are located more than 500 feet away from residential subdivision. Disapproving this request would be in line with the precedent already set by more than half the gas stations currently in place. As my neighbor pointed out, only 6 or 19% of the existing 32 stations abut a residential neighborhood as the planned gas station would. I know last time this came before the council 6 months ago, Mayor Gutierrez made a point of saying the same thing was done in front of Samuel Clemens and they didn't say anything. We are saying something. We do not want the gas station. We know development will occur. We're asking you please not to put a gas station. Thank you very much.
Keith Densberger.
Good evening. My name is Keith Densberger. I currently live in Yorktown, Texas at 305 East 4th Street. I formerly lived at 2303 Denot Hill. My family moved to Schertz in 1975. The lady earlier said that none of us live in Schertz. My sister still lives here. We lived a lifetime here. I lived here until April a year ago. And the only reason I moved to Yorktown was because my father had a contract on this land. He had this contract, and then unfortunately he passed away. When he passed away, he put it in his will that they wanted the contract honored and he wanted the land sold. That's the only reason I'm not a Schertz resident anymore. On September 3rd, y'all voted by a supermajority to approve the rezoning on this parcel of property. And I'm asking you to, again, please vote to authorize the rezoning. Thank you.
Simone Owens.
Good evening. My name's Simone Owens. I live at 10501 Pecan Branch. I'm up here to speak about number 22, the gas station. My husband and I are both retired military. We moved here to Schertz, bought that home, thinking that it was going to be our forever home. We have 2 children. The thing that I want to talk about today is the community need. There is no need for our neighborhood to have a gas station. Looking at Google Maps, there are 23 gas stations that are less than 3 miles away from this address. And there are 67 gas stations that are within 5 miles of this address. That doesn't include the gas station that's on base. We don't need a gas station, so let's address the convenience store. There's a dollar store across the street. If we need any last-minute items, we can get it from the dollar store. The dollar store is open until 10 p.m. We do not need a convenience store either. The hazards from the gas pumps far outweigh any benefit for the community and the schools across the street. Please, please, please vote no for number 22, the gas station. Thank you.
James Ott.
My name is James Ott. I'm at 2217 Denot Hill, and I'm asking y'all not to pass this number 18, the R4 rezoning. The road is private and has a permanent and perpetual agreement, no modifications to it, and they want to open it up, make a thoroughfare out of it, where we won't even be able to use it for our ingress and egress. And I would ask that y'all please don't pass the buck. I can see this from my house. Thank you.
Brenda Ott.
Brenda Ott, and I live at 2217 Hill. And first of all, I want to say thank you for every one of you being here. Yes, I will. So as others have said, there's deed restrictions on this road. It says that easement for the landowners up there is perpetual. It also says that that road will not be modified or changed in any manner. And I know that we have talked about how this rezoning not about how the road is going to be used. We keep saying that that is for the city to decide that when the plating and whatever comes after this meeting. Well, what I think is it's passing the buck. What happens if you approve this, then you're going to put the burden on these landowners to have to go to civil court, because that's what I keep hearing. It's going to be a civil matter. That is going to fall on all the landowners, because we're not going to have our road anymore. And I know the lawyer for the development came up here and said, we have no plans to use the road. Well, if you rezone it, and then it's up to the city, there's no guarantees that they're not going to use this road in some manner. But it says in the deed restrictions, it cannot be modified or changed. And I think council should respect that and not pass the buck to the landowners to have to go to civil court to fight this. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Tammy Glasgow.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Tammy Glasgow, 10416 Bowies Knoll. I'm coming today before you for item number 22. We come collectively before you not opposed to businesses or economic growth, but the type of business that is asking to be built in front of our subdivision. To paraphrase Commissioner Hector from the Zoning and Planning Commission, we are responsible for how we want our community that we live in to look. As a resident of Willow Grove since 2016, I am deeply invested in what is near and around where I reside and how my community looks. A gas station can impact neighborhood residents due to light trespass, increased fire explosion, danger, noise, loss of property value, groundwater or aquatic resource impacts, cause traffic issues, attract transients to the area, or encourage loitering. A study by Stephen McCord in 2022 states that homes near gas stations sold for $100,000 less than those at least a mile away. In relation to crime, convenience store holdups accounted for 3% of violent crimes overall in 2020, and the gas stations accounted for about 2% according to the new statistics released by the FBI. Of a total of 675,000 violent crimes represented, 20,000 incidents occurred at C-stores and over 11,000 occurred at gas stations. These statistics make C-stores and gas stations the 4th and 7th most largest common location for violent crime, respectively. Of the 10,000 violent crimes in the report, 2% of the total crimes at convenience stores and 1% of the total crimes at gas stations were homicides. The FBI reported over 137 total robberies, with 10% at C-stores and 5% at gas stations. Convenience store employees suffer from high rates of workplace homicide, second only to taxi cab drivers. Living within proximity of a gas station may pose health risks, including respiratory issues and increased stress levels. As a veteran who has deployed and been exposed to chemicals, I'd rather my family, neighbors, Rose Garden Elementary and employees and students, or myself not be exposed to any additional, unnecessary, and needless chemical and hazards. Current Department of Health and Human Services, CDC, the Agency for Toxic Substances, and the National Institute of Health, and the EPA recommendations and recent scientific peer review literature are all consistent in this conclusion. Elevated benzene exposure among humans, including those in close proximity of a gas station over time, can cause cancer. Elevated levels of benzene exposure include air emissions from gasoline service stations, gasoline storage operations, exhaust and evaporation from service stations and motor vehicle exhaust, burning oil and benzene waste. The benzene exposure from these operations, which take place at a gas station, produce elevated and prolonged levels harmful to humans. The elevated and prolonged levels emitted from a gas station are significant and extremely dangerous to humans, and current federal organization recommendations clearly advise families not to play near fueling stations. The EPA recommends gas stations be at a minimum of 1,000 feet from schools to be considered safe. I wholeheartedly support economic growth in our community and want to see Schertz thrive, but at what expense? I understand that the proposed site in question is zoned for commercial use. However, we must be mindful in deciding what business we put near our homes and schools. All items are good ideas. Thank you for your time.
Alex Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Alex Smith, and I reside at 11708 Cypress Barn in Willow Grove. My home lies within 200 feet of the proposed gas station. I last addressed you 9 months ago when this body took up this issue and denied the permit for this same gas station. I want to thank those council members for their moral courage in voting down that measure and protecting our neighborhood then. And in particular, I want to thank Councilwoman Tiffany Gibson, who was sworn in last December and whose advocacy in denying the permit was instrumental in safeguarding our homes and the health of our children and our community. Unfortunately, health issues have curtailed her service to our city, not even 1 year into her 3-year term. I ask that tonight you honor her service by respecting her judgment in this matter, as well as respecting those who voted her into office. Tonight, again, you will hear from our community in opposition to granting this permit. We are a neighborhood of active and retired military, of first responders, of law enforcement, of civil servants. We have and continue to serve our country and our community. We don't have the deep pockets of this LLC who can afford leaving a commercial lot vacant for 9 months and who can turn down offers from fast food restaurants to purchase this property. We look to you instead as our representatives to stand up for us. Most of my life was spent in service in the United States Air Force, and like so many of us in Willow Grove, we had the privilege of serving in an organization where we could count on our leadership to have our backs, particularly when it concerned our safety and well-being. We perhaps took too much for granted that this would be the case across the board in civil life. The events of this past fall with this proposed gas station woke us up to the realization that these assumptions may not hold. We look to you as our representatives. As your constituents, we look to you to have our backs. 302 households now have your attention. Mr. Mayor, council members, we don't want to be viewed as squeaky wheels. Rather, we want you to see us as an opportunity. We are invested. We want you to see us as an opportunity for carrying out a plan of responsible city growth that protects our neighborhoods and schools while ensuring economic growth. The majority of our 32 gas stations already have 500-foot setbacks, as we've talked about. The road in question, in fact, there's no point on that road on the 1518 stretch where you're any more than 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from another gas station. And with 32 gas stations, a conservative estimate says that can support a community of 144,000, as is. Unfortunately, prior to this, common courtesy and respecting one's neighbors were norms in our city, and they were respected. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Norbertha Q.
Good evening, Council. My name is Norbertha Queno, and I live in 10334 Owl Woods in the Willow Grove subdivision. I'm a retired Air Force veteran, as some of my neighbors also mentioned they are. When I was looking for a place to stay before I retired, I looked a lot, and I chose the Willow Grove subdivision because of the privacy and the quiet that it provides. It has beautiful trees. It's a place that I really love living, together with my 2 girls. Unfortunately, there is proposal to develop this gas station right in outside our neighborhood, and I strongly oppose that, as are some of my neighbors here. In the interest of time, I will speak to Schertz special use permit requirements number 3, 5, and 8. The development plans do not meet these criteria. According to Schertz special use permit requirements number 3, the proposed development should be compatible and should preserve the character and integrity of the adjacent development and neighborhoods. It should also include improvements either on site or within the public right-of-way to mitigate development and related adverse impacts. It does not. This proposal does not. In fact, the character of this development is mostly rural with access to conveniences less than 3 miles away. It's less than half a mile if you count the dollar store. There are no plans to mitigate benzene impacts that we are aware of. Benzene impacts are as far as 525 feet, as discussed in the 2019 study, and benzene releases from the proposed gas station will adversely impact the residents of the adjoining Willow Grove neighborhood. There are no plans to mitigate traffic either. In fact, we are told the traffic study will occur after the plan is approved. I would also like to address Schertz special use permit requirement number 3, which asks for certain specifications like it has to reduce or eliminate the development should reduce or eliminate traffic on neighborhood street, and this does not. The proposed plan not only uses our residential entrance, but also uses secondary entrance and exits for us, forcing us to compete with others for the light to make a left turn to 1518 towards FM 78, both into our neighborhood and out of our neighborhood. People are currently driving faster through the neighborhood to get to the light on Schaefer Road, and this will likely increase with the increased traffic. It causes undue stress on us, which we are against, and we are strongly recommending non-approval. In regards to Schertz special use permit requirement number 3, the proposed part of this requirement asks for that it promotes health, safety, and general welfare of the neighborhood. And this proposal of the gas station does not. It poses
Thank you.
substantial
Thank you so
threat
much.
to the
Your
health.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Walter Allen.
I'm retired from the United States Army. My wife is retired school teacher for 32 years. We bought a retirement home on Pecan Branch.
Can I have your name and address, please?
Pardon?
Name and address.
Oh, my name is Walter Lawrence Allen, 10512 Pecan Branch.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and anyway, we bought this retirement home. And my back fence is 20 feet from my patio. My back fence is going to have a gas station right there. I also drove an 18-wheeler for 27 years. I know what goes on in them fuel stations. There's more trash flying around there than you can shake a stick at. Also, there's a lot of fumes, in case you didn't figure that out either. There's a lot of fumes. I've also been exposed to, I've had cancer about 3 or 4 times. I know what it's like to put up with crap, but, you know, we really don't want the gas station behind our house. Not only are all the homeless people walking up and down 15, 18 right now, they're going to make it a homestead behind those things. They're already doing it back over there behind that Dollar General. And, you know, I didn't pay for a retirement home to have this happen to me. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Socorro Lopez. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Socorro, Miss Lopez. Socorro. Nope.
Is there a Socorro here or Ms. Lopez?
11529 Cypress Barn.
Let's move on to the next one.
Ashley Fairmont. No. Nope. 11529 Cypress Barn. Ashley Fairmont.
Hi, good evening, Council. Ashley Fairmont, 10101 Reunion Place. I usually wouldn't speak on a second reading, and I respect that you all have already had a public hearing on this, but I just want to make a few comments since there's been some other comments in opposition to the case. Also, Mr. Jeff Dinsberger, who's the executor of his father's estate, did send in an email. I'm not sure if you all received it or a letter, but he just hopes that you all will appreciate and support his father's wishes and support the rezoning and ultimately the sale of the property. Again, as was stated 2 weeks ago, we believe this use is appropriate, it is consistent with the update to the master plan, and also consistent and supportive with other new uses that are coming to the area. There's been comments about not complying with the UDC. This project will have to comply with the UDC and all city codes. We're not asking for any variances from those. Water will have to be sufficient in accordance with city staff and all of their standards, and a traffic study will be done. As was mentioned last time, there will be 2 roads constructed to reach this property, the extension of Rips Chrysler with the support ultimately of the school district, and then also the extension of what will ultimately be 2252 from Old Wiederstein. So there will be those 2 access points. There continue to be questions about using Denot Hill. As I stated at the last meeting, there is no intention to use that road. There is a private covenant, as you heard this evening, that does restrict how that road can be changed. So those covenants do say that the road cannot be changed without consent of all of the users and owners of that piece, there's 2 owners, but ultimately how that road can be used. So there is not an intent to use that. We will work with city staff on, how do we do that? I know there were questions about how ultimately do you prohibit that access. So we do have the private agreement, but we will work with Brian and Sam and that group on that as well. So with that, appreciate your time and request that you vote again in support of the rezoning. Thank you.
Scott Gentry.
Hey, good evening. Scott Gentry, 10413 Roar Sky. Just want to touch on a couple points. I know you've been flooded with the benzene and all the additional information that's been coming out, facts, studies. This is more a family side. I'm active duty still. A lot of my neighbors are retired or still active duty and probably have a very similar story to me. And I grew up with a lot of money. I feel like I've made it, right? I'm getting ready to retire. I got a couple years left. Start looking for where do we want to live. We have a young family. I have a 6-year-old. I have a 9-month-old. We're trying to look, where can we be out of the city and have access to the city? My wife's an optometrist here in Schertz. We plan on staying in Schertz. I don't want to leave Texas. Not from Texas, I'm a Texan. We don't want to leave. We thought that we bought our house in a place that was going to be safe for our children, free from the kind of stuff that's actually starting to expand into our area. We know that the road is an expansion project. I think it's a little premature to start adding a gas station in that location without a traffic study. If you look at the measure from the road to the actual property of Willow Grove, right now it's 168 feet. It'll be less than 150 feet by the time that road is expanded. Then you get into the distance from the stoplight to the neighborhood, maybe 600 feet. There's no ingress, egress in the plan for the road. We're the ones taking the hit on that. They plan on coming into our neighborhood. There are already a lot of people in the mornings coming, turning around for school traffic. It's something that we deal with, we all know. We plan accordingly. You bake an extra time to your morning commute. This will make it really bad, like really, really, really bad for us. I can't tell you, like we have a very close-knit community right now. We really do. I know half the people in this room. We get together, we do stuff in our park, we have events for the kids, we have Easter egg hunts, you name it, like we're always trying to do stuff. It's it's 302 homes. So we are there, like somebody is sick, hey, Teresa brought my wife soup. Sandra and Grant are always there. Like we babysit each other's kids, whatever it is. And this just feels like it's invading that community. It really feels like it's taking that personal touch away from us to where like It's no longer that small, tight-knit community. It's just the city getting expanded into us for a gas station we don't need at all. Nobody wants a gas station. We don't need another gas station. It has no purpose to us. The convenience stores there's gas stations everywhere. It is literally at this point just some developer, I don't know who it is, could be a fantastic person, grabbing for money. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Cynthia Lang.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. I'm Cynthia Lang. I reside at 11525 Cypress Barn. And like he was talking about our neighbors, when I had a kidney stone, I posted on our neighborhood app, like, does anybody know a yard person? And someone, and I still don't know who it was, came and mowed my yard for me. This is the neighborhood that we're talking about. Our houses are in the range of the $500,000. These are $500,000 homes that we're talking about. I'm a voter and taxpayer, and the people of our neighborhood signed a petition to stop the building of this convenience store. There's no plan for a traffic study. It's too small of an area for the proposed location. The safety of the children of the elementary school is a concern. Attraction of people to the neighborhood who are undesirable. Pollution, water and trash, including stormwater runoff, is a concern. It's too close to our houses, attracts rodents, lowers property values by as much as 20%. There's no environmental impact study. It's not zoned for the gas station. It is not conducive to our neighborhood, and we would like to respectfully ask you to vote against this proposed zoning change in the gas station. Thank you.
Lance Campbell.
Good evening. My name is Lance Campbell. I live at 10408 Pecan Branch in Schertz. I'm here to oppose the gas station at Willow Grove. My family lives within 200 feet of the proposed station. I'm a retired Air Force officer and prior Army enlisted member who served 24 years of active duty. We had a presentation we were going to put up. I guess we can't put our slides up, but what you would have seen is a slide from Mr. Haas's presentation last month where they showed an example of a similar gas station. They presented it as a similar gas station. But if that briefing is going to show up again, I wanted to highlight that this building is not similar to our gas station, or to the proposal for us, in that the gas station on the corner of Schertz Parkway and Live Oak Road does not use the neighborhood entrance as an entrance to as a primary access to the station. There are no schools next to that station. Additionally, Schertz Parkway won't have nearly the traffic load that 1518 does in our area. Conversely, the proposal plans to use our entrance, our neighborhood entrance, as the primary entrance to the gas station, and we have a school just across the road at a four-way intersection for the proposed exit. Again, the planner also stated that there will be a traffic analysis done in the future after this decision's already made, when it again is too late, as many of my fellow neighbors have said. So again, request that you oppose this bill. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to consent agenda items. These are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 2, minutes. Item number 3, appointments, reappointments, resignations of City of Schertz boards, commissions, and committees. Item number 4, resolution number 24R104. Resolution number 5, item number 5, resolution number 24R105. Item number 6, resolution number 24R112. Item number 7, resolution number 24R111. Item number 8, ordinance number 24S148. Item number 9, ordinance number 24T153. Item number 10, ordinance number 24S-149. Item number 11, resolution number 24R-122. Item number 12, resolution number 24R-121. Item number 13, resolution number 24R-115. Item number 14, resolution number 24R-110. Item number 15, resolution number 24R-118. Item number 16, resolution number 24R-123. And item number 17, resolution number 24R-109. Council, do any of these need to be removed for separate action? Councilmember Hayward.
Yes, I need to remove item number 3 for separate action, please.
Item number 3 has been removed. Okay. Any others, council? Is there a motion to approve item number 2 and items number 4 through 17?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilmember Hayward and second by Councilmember Watson. Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 yeas, no objection, motion passes. Item number 3 is for discussion, appointments, reappointments, and resignations of City of Schertz boards, commissions, and committees. In reference to, well, Councilmember Hayward, floor is yours.
I pulled this item because the appointments for Donald Nolan is for TSEC, not Parks, and we need to fix that in the record. If you look, Mr. Donald Nolan is listed as Parks. It needs to be listed as TSAC.
The first one.
The first one, yes.
Okay.
I want to make a motion that we approve item number 3, appointments and reappointments, and changing Donald Nolan from Parks to TSAC.
Second.
All right, we have a motion made by Councilmember Hayward to approve the appointments with the correction from Parks to TSAC, and second by Councilmember Watson. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 yeas, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to discussion items in action. Ordinance number 24S-146, approving a request to rezone approximately 38.8 acres of land from single-family residential agricultural district R-A and general business GB to apartment multifamily district R4, known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 68294, 68295, 68296, 68302, 68303, 68315, 68316, located 1,100 feet to the west of FM 2252 and IH 35 intersection, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, and this is our final reading. Council, is any council requesting the presentation again? The presentation is not being requested, Mr. Haas. So council, floor is open for discussion. I see no discussion requested. Councilmember Macaluso.
You know, previous meeting I had some concerns and issues with it, and I ultimately ended up voting for it. I've looked at it over and over, and I had just had an uncomfortableness with it. And so I am not going to be voting for the zone change, not because I'm against the development of the area. I just am not comfortable with the level of density that goes along with R4 and the restrictions that Wiederstein provides. I drove up and down the road, and it's just not suitable for that level of development, in my opinion. And while I know I've been one to try to push against using PDDs too much, this might be a scenario that that might be better, more suitable for it. Just to be able to have a little bit of control on the level of density that's being proposed.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, is there a motion? Councilmember Hayward.
So you've walked over to the dark side, Mr. Macaluso.
Now, please, hold on to your comments.
With the PDD. I know last time you said you weren't not happy with it, and so I was wanting a PDD so that we could have more control and have less density. So I was mainly teasing. It was not a jab or a negative at you. It was just a nice tease. So I think that you looking at it from a different perspective, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's right. And then staff has really went the direction that some of us have pushed them. I just not comfortable with it in this area.
Any other comments? Councilmember Watson.
I motion that we approve ordinance 24S-146.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Who was that? Motion's been made by Councilmember Watson, second by Councilmember Brown. Any other comments? Council, please cast your vote. Oh. We can publish the vote, please. We have 2 yeas, 4 objections. Motion does not pass. All right. We'll move on to item number 19, resolution number 24R125, nominating candidates for the Bexar County Appraisal Board of Directors to be appointed for the 2025 term. Ms. Kearney, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor, City staff. Tonight we are bringing forward Resolution 24R125, nominating candidates for the Bexar County Appraisal Board of Directors to be appointed for the 2025 term. Section 6.03K of the Texas Property Tax Code requires that each taxing unit entitled nominate candidates by resolution and submit the list of nominees to the results of that vote to the Chief Appraiser of the Bexar County Appraisal District on or before October the 15th, 2024. To begin the appointment process, each taxing unit authorized to vote may nominate one candidate for each of the 5 positions on the Bexar Appraisal District Board of Directors by resolution of its governing body and submit the names of the unit's nominees to the Chief Appraiser by October the 15th. Does City Council have any nominations for the Bexar County Appraisal Board of Directors?
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kearney. Council, is there any nominations for the Bexar County Appraisal Board? I see none.
Okay.
So, is there a resolution? This resolution needs to be passed so that we can.
No, Mayor, this resolution, in fact, the next 3 were only if our council wanted to nominate to the 3 boards of Bexar County, Guadalupe, and Comal. After the nominations have been received by each of the chief appraisers, they will be sending us a nomination ballot in which we will have council look at those who have been nominated and take a vote to those candidates they wish to support. But that won't be, we won't get that till, I want to say, after October 15th, and I do believe we have until December 31st to vote. So this is only a nomination. So if no one is nominated, the resolution is invalid.
Yes. Well, Councilmember Davis?
Do we have a specific deadline that we have to report back to Bexar, Comal, and Guadalupe County with nominations?
My understanding is by October the 15th.
We have to have our nominations in by October 15th?
Yes.
By resolution?
Yes, by resolution.
Do you want to hold off on this, postpone this?
Yeah,
resolution?
Mr. Mayor, with your approval, I would recommend that we table these 3.
Okay. Well, we'll have
Now
to
that we know the
table one at a
timeline,
time.
That
Okay.
would give the council members an opportunity to see if there's anybody that we would like to present from the city of Schertz.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, a motion's been made to table resolution number 24R125. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilmember Davis and second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? Council, please cast your, Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote. We have 5 yeas, no objection. the resolution has been tabled. So we'll still read the next one, and we'll make the motion for each one.
Okay.
Item number 20, resolution number 24R126, nominating candidates for the Comal County Appraisal Board of Directors to be appointed for the term of 2025. So, Councilmember Davis,
I'll make a motion to table.
okay.
Second.
Have motion made by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Watson to table the resolution 24R126. Let me clear the vote. Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 ayes, no objections. Motion to table passes. Item number 21, resolution number 24R124, nominating candidates for the Guadalupe County Appraisal Board of Directors to be appointed for the term of 2025 term. All right, Councilmember Davis, would you
I'll
like
make a motion to table, sir.
Second.
Okay, motion to table has been made by Councilmember Davis and second by Councilmember Watson. Council, any other comments? Councilmember Westbrook, you have comment?
Yes, I think we should support Letitia Seaver. She's on the Schertz-Cibolo Universal City Independent School District Board of Trustees. I think she's already served once or twice on the Guadalupe County Appraisal District. So,
If we can make that nomination for the next discussion. There's already a motion been made and second to table. But that is something that you can make note of once it comes back for consideration. Okay. All right, any other comments? All right, Council, please cast your vote. Okay, motion to table. We have 4 yeas, 2 objections. Motion passes. And we'll go ahead and table for our next council meeting. And if council can please get with our city secretary, and if you have nominees, please contact them so that we can go ahead and place those for the resolution. Ms. Edmondson, these are due by the 15th, am I correct?
They are due by October 15th by resolution.
Okay, but we have our meeting on the 15th.
Correct. That's why I brought them forward to ask if that's,
Let's go ahead and put them on the special meeting for
September
the
24th.
24th. So council, you are limited with time with your candidates. Please get them to Ms. Edmondson by the 24th
Thank
for
you, sir.
consideration. All right. All right. I know most of you have been patiently waiting for item number 22, but at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break before we get started because there is so many of you that want to speak, and I know that's going to last close to an hour, and discussion could last just as long. So please, your patience is needed here. We'll take a 15-minute break. All right, the time is now 7:45. We'll resume our city council session. Once again, it's a long day, and before we get started with the number of individuals that want to have a public hearing, we need to step back and, and be fresh to listen and be attentive to what you have to say. Thank you for your patience. Once again, we started at 7:45. We resume our meeting. Next on the agenda is item number 22, ordinance number 24S-147. Conduct a public hearing and consider a request for a special use permit to allow for a convenience store with gas pumps in General Business District GB and approximately 1.61 acres of land located at the intersection of Schaefer Road and FM 1518, also known as 11786 Schaefer Road, Bear County Property Identification Number 1396038, City of Schertz, Bear County, Texas, first reading. Mr. Haas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, Mr. Williams. Ordinance 24S-147, Samuel Haas, Senior Planner. To get our bearings here, the subject property is outlined in green on your screen. FM 1518 is directly in front of the property and Schaefer Road is to the north. It's approximately 1.61 acres of land. It is currently undeveloped and it is zoned general business. On July 26, 18 public hearing notices were mailed. There were 24 oppositions that were sent in and then also one petition that was submitted, which y'all received tonight. There was a sign that was posted on the property and a notice was published in the San Antonio Express on August 28th. Per the applicant letter of intent, they are proposing a strip center with a convenience store, a gas station with electric vehicle charging stations, and a shopping center. You can see it here. This is what the applicant submitted. So when we're evaluating specific use permits, we use UDC section 21511D. This is the criteria for approval. So number one, the proposed use at the specified location is consistent with the policies embodied in the adopted comprehensive land plan. So the comp plan designates this area as complete neighborhood, which is accommodating for a variety of housing types with limited commercial. And the commercial provision within this complete neighborhood does align with what the applicant is proposing. Number two, the proposed use is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the zoning district. General Business District is intended to provide suitable areas for development of non-residential uses, which offer a wide variety of retail and service establishments that are generally oriented towards serving the overall needs of the entire community. This proposed strip center with gas pumps would meet the intent of the zoning district. Number three, the proposed use is compatible with and preserves the character and integrity of adjacent developments and neighborhoods, and includes improvements either on-site or within the public rights-of-way to mitigate development-related adverse impacts such as safety, traffic, noise, odors, visual nuisances, drainage, or other similar adverse effects to adjacent development and neighborhoods. So is it compatible with the character and integrity of the neighborhood? It is adjacent to other commercial developments, which you'll see here. This is a commercial development right here on the corner of Schaefer and FM 1518. There's also neighboring commercial districts you'll see down here all along 1518. And it is abutting a FM 1518 as well. Number four, the proposed use does not generate pedestrian or vehicle traffic which will be hazardous or conflict with the existing anticipated traffic in the neighborhood. The property does abut 3 separate rights-of-way which will help minimize the conflict with existing traffic. That's Schaefer Road, Brook Orchard, and FM 1518. And engineering will do a more detailed traffic impact analysis at the time of the site plan process. Number five, the proposed use incorporates roadway adjustments, traffic control devices, or mechanisms and access restrictions to control traffic flow or divert traffic as may be needed to reduce or eliminate development-generated traffic on neighborhood streets. So the applicant has not provided nor is required to provide anything to demonstrate such roadway adjustments at this time. As I mentioned before, the engineering department does do a more detailed traffic impact analysis and requires those mitigation methods at the time of the site development process. The proposed use incorporates features that help minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts of the proposed use on adjacent properties. So the proposed development will have to meet all requirements in Article 9, which is our site development article. That's to ensure that adverse effects are minimized and mitigated. Some of those requirements include, but are not limited to, an 8-foot masonry wall, a 20-foot landscape buffer, lighting setbacks that are equal to height, and then also light sources must be concealed from residential properties. And you'll see here that this is just to demonstrate some of those Article 9 requirements. This is a gas station that is on Live Oak Road and Schertz Parkway. You can see it's abutting a residential neighborhood. And you'll see the 8-foot masonry wall. You'll see the 20-foot landscape buffer here, trees 1 per 20 foot, and then also the lighting having to point down and being away from the property. The proposed use meets the standards for the zoning district, or to the extent variations from such standards have been requested, that such variations are necessary to render the use compatible with adjoining development in the neighborhood. The proposed development will have to meet all dimensional and design requirements of the UDC and general business district, and there have been no variations to those requirements that have been requested. The proposed use promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. So as a part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development that's compatible with surrounding uses, that's utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. The existing general business zoning on the property is adjacent to also other districts that are commercial, which shows that there's commercial intention for this corridor. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area, as there's other commercial functions in the area. And it does act as a buffer between 1518 and the residential neighborhood. Schertz Fire, EMS, and police departments were notified of the specific use permit and have provided no objections at this time. Number 9, no applications made under these provisions will receive final approval until all back taxes are owed to the city and have been paid in full. To the best of staff's knowledge, no back taxes are owed, and this does not impact City Council's decision. And number 10, other criteria which at the discretion of Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council are deemed relevant and important. Staff has ensured that all UDC requirements have been met at this time and have not received any special consideration from City Council. The staff is recommending approval of 24S-147, conditioned upon the following: that a building permit is approved within 2 years of the adoption. On August 7th, 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial with a 6-1 vote. And the applicant is here and would like to give us a presentation.
Good evening, council members. Patrick Christensen, 315 East Commerce, San Antonio, Texas, here on behalf of the developers for this property. I know you've heard a lot of testimony already, and you're going to hear a lot more after I finish. Your process doesn't really allow for any kind of rebuttal, but when you get to your discussion stage, if you have any questions for me, please call me up and I'd be happy to answer those for you. You've heard a lot about benzene and pollution caused by a gas station, but you need to understand these are fully regulated by the TCEQ, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. The gas itself is stored in a plastic container encapsulated in a concrete bathtub. If there was some sort of catastrophic puncture of an underground plastic tank, the gasoline would be stored or would be contained within that concrete bathtub, and that's required by the state. We will have to do that. We will have to follow all of your city codes and regulations as well. You get more exposure to benzene when you fill up your car or when you put gas in your lawnmower than you're going to get from living near this proposed gas station. You've heard a lot of comments about access, how you get to the property. Well, that's the way the property was designed. I mean, the developers who built the subdivision did not put any kind of a non-access easement to Brook Orchard Street or to Schaefer Road. That is our access. And as you know, FM 1518 is under serious construction, and it's going to be a 4-lane divided highway. The state won't allow us to have access to 1518, and you don't want us to have access to 1518. That would definitely be a traffic or an accident situation there. You've heard, of course, we haven't submitted a TIA yet. We're just not in that stage of the development yet. I mean, when we come in for building permits, we will have to do a TIA, and we will do one at that time. But I can tell you, I mean, this is a fully developed intersection. At least when the construction finishes, it will be a fully developed intersection. I don't know what the TIA would really ask us to do. Additionally, I mean, as staff said, the property is zoned general business. It's going to be something. I mean, there's sort of this vibe that they don't want the property to be developed. It's going to be developed. And you heard the comment about fast food. at the zoning commission hearing, one of the commissioners asked, well, why don't you build something else? Have you had any other offers from anyone to purchase the property? And all we've had so far is fast food. We really don't want to develop 4 or 5 fast food restaurants on this site. You know, as what we're proposing is a gas station convenience store with 4 little 1,000 square foot neighborhood commercial type of uses. We're anticipating something like a dry cleaners or a hair salon or a nail salon. And you know, and as staff said, in addition to the gas stations, those 4 little parking spaces you see kind of at the top left of the site plan, those are going to be fast charging EV stations. So let's say you do have an electric car and you want to get your hair done, you can plug it in. By the time you get your hair finished, your car is probably going to be fully charged. That's going to be a very nice convenience for anyone that has an electric vehicle in this area. You know, with that, I mean, I know it's an emotional issue. Gas stations are something everyone uses. I mean, we've all used a gas station. You've heard reports that there are numerous gas stations in this area. Well, a lot of those gas stations are old, bad gas stations. I'm sure you've all, like me, have driven past those old gas stations and say, well, I don't know if I trust the quality of that gas. How much water does it have in it? You like to go to the nice, clean, safe gas stations. And the faster we build nice, clean, new gas stations, those old gas stations will go out of business, and the TCU will require that those outdated tanks be removed from the ground. So with that, I would just ask for your support. I would ask that you go with what staff is recommending. And if you have any questions, like I said, after the citizens speak, I'd be happy to answer those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, this item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. If there's anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject, the public hearing is limited to 3 minutes. Now, before addressing the council, please state your name and address. And due to the high number of residents wishing to voice their concerns, a 3-minute time limit has been set for each. You may not speak twice. You may not provide your privilege to someone else, and you cannot provide your unused time to someone else. This is your opportunity to speak to the council. So with that, mic's open.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name's Rod Fisher. I live on 10224 Aurora Sky. I'm retired Air Force. I was a petroleum specialist for 20 years in the Air Force and a petroleum specialist for 20 years with the DLA Energy Department. Been operating gas stations and DFSP military terminals for 40 years almost. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk to you. I had talked to a lot of my neighbors about the gas station that was coming in, and it reminded me of something I'd printed from my technical library before I retired. I printed it out and I wanted to read it to you folks because it's really relevant to what we're talking about today. Kind of take the emotion back just a notch and talk about a gas station. And I had this article from Dear Earth Talk, and they're a nonprofit that does things all environmental. And this was a periodical that somebody had written in, and it was titled, Living Near a Gas Station. Dear Earth Talk, I'm looking at possibly buying a house that is very close to a gasoline station. Is it safe to live so close to a gas station? What concerns should I have? I have a toddler and I have infant babies. For the sake of time, I'm going to just read some extracts because I know I'm limited on time. Despite all the modern health and safety guidelines, they must follow gas stations still pose significant hazards to neighbors, especially to children. Some of the perils include ground level ozone, caused in part by gasoline fumes, groundwater hazards from petroleum products leaking into the ground, and exposure hazards from other chemicals that might be used at gas stations. Ground ozone pollution is caused by a mixture of volatile organic compounds, VOCs, some of which are found in gasoline vapors and others like carbon monoxide. We had a discussion at the last meeting about rubber boots that might save some of that vapor toxins that are released into the air. Those are not mandated by the EPA anymore. During prior administrations, they took those out. So there's no rubber boots like the ones you see at Costco, those are voluntary. They're not mandated. So there's nothing to control the vapors that are released from the nozzles in the gas station. So I wanted to clarify that because at the last meeting there was some discussion on that. Now they are on the delivery hoses that trucks use to deliver to tanks. But however, as this article says, vapor recovery boots on delivery lines, many of them do not work properly, and then they release odorless hydrocarbon fumes which contain chemicals like benzene that are released into the air. The article goes on to say, Higher ozone levels can lead to respiratory problems and asthma, while benzene is a known cancer-causing chemical according to the National Institute of Health. It goes on further. Underground storage tanks can also be a problem. The gentleman spoke earlier. They are double-walled now, which make them safer, but what he didn't talk about was a lot of the spills have nothing to do with tank ruptures. They're often overspilled because somebody miscalculated how much fuel it can fit. They're not always equipped with automatic shutoffs, so a lot of times when they're filling a tank, it's overfilled. Or people topping off the tanks of their cars tend to make spills. There's not a gas station out there that doesn't have some hazardous chemicals in the soil after it's been in operation for a while. It's just the nature of the beast. There are spills that occur. When thousands of gallons of gasoline over time enter the soil, the chemicals travel to the groundwater, and they contaminate our drinking water, as we all know. Repeated exposure to gasoline, whether in liquid or vapor form, can cause lung, brain, and kidney damage, according to the National Library of Medication from NIH. At the last meeting, too, at the committee, we had talked about jet fuel vapors that some of us talked about getting from Randolph. And we don't get a lot of those, but every once in a while we get a whiff. But that's a varying degree of the exposure we would have now. So,
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time. And please vote against this measure, please. Thank you.
Yeah. I have it too.
Lance Campbell again, 10408 Pecan Branch, Schertz. Again, I live within 200 feet of the proposed station. As my fellow neighbors have mentioned, we have many concerns with the gas station being constructed so near our homes and the schools that educate our children. As noted, there are significant health concerns with the vent pipes and the benzene that my fellow neighbors have talked about extensively. And of course, we're also concerned with crime. Gas stations and convenience stores are known to attract violent crime. And the fact that our homes are, and the schools that our kids go to, the fact that it's so close is very concerning. We are also, of course, concerned with the impact to the value of our homes. And in addition, we are very concerned about the traffic, which is kind of the focus of my discussion. You can see up on that picture there that from the overhead view, our neighborhood, 1518, as you know, is also being expanded, which is going to reduce the area available to the gas station and put it even closer to our homes. Additionally, one thing that wasn't highlighted is the school directly across from the neighborhood, which is, creates an area of incredibly high traffic, with the primary outlet of our neighborhood being directly across from that school and just a short distance from the stoplight by the Dollar General. The planned access to the gas station is through our neighborhood's entrance, as noted by the presentation earlier. This will increase traffic, will inevitably cause dangerous situations as people enter and exit the gas station during peak times when people are trying to go to work and take their children to school. Even today, again, as people have mentioned, we have people coming in and out of our neighborhood to do turnarounds after they drop their kids off. And keep in mind, we're not talking about just cars, but the delivery trucks, particularly semis, also need to be able to get in and maneuver in this neighborhood through that same entrance. The traffic's so bad that police are often positioned at the middle school that's just down the street. That's the elementary school you see there, just another mile up the road or half mile up the road is a middle school. The traffic gets so bad they put police out there oftentimes to facilitate the traffic. As a rule of thumb, each proposed pump at this gas station is going to generate about 100 to 130 trips per day. The convenience store will generate between 800 and 1,200 trips per 1,000 square feet. I think he said it was 2,000 square feet, so we're talking at least 2,500 trips per day going in and out of that neighborhood entrance. Much of this, again, concentrated at the peak traffic time when people are dropping off their children. Finally, with respect to property values, homes within 100 meters can expect to lose as much as 16% of their value, and homes within 600 meters up to 9%. That's a lot of tax revenue and loss of values to our homes. Conversely, if the city were to approve a restaurant or some other type of business that members of the community need, it would increase value and reduce our safety concerns. That's all I have. Thanks.
Once again, Tim Dusek, 11517 Cypress Barn, and I'm not going to go into the environmental and health impacts as I stated I would earlier. Those have been discussed pretty thoroughly. I do want to highlight the 6-to-1 vote of your Planning and Zoning Commission. It appears they're a little more tuned in to the residents than your planning staff. And you know why? Because they come from us. They're appointed by you all, and they represent their community. And I'm sorry, Mr. Haas, a gas station between our neighborhood and a road is not a buffer, okay? And I don't want to hear any talk about whether there's nothing there. Speaking for myself and my neighbors, I'd rather have nothing there than what is being proposed here, because this is doing nothing for our property values, as has been said numerous times. Take a look at Southern Schertz, okay? Your property values are a lot higher than over here in this established area. Your household income is higher in that area of Schertz. Your disposable income is higher in Southern Schertz. You need to take those things into account. Plus, I mentioned earlier, 32 gas stations in the city of Schertz, in a city of 40,000. That is enough, as someone else mentioned, for a city of 144,000. There are enough gas stations in Schertz. And as somebody else mentioned, they're within 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the nearest gas stations. Again, these things are not, this is not necessary, it's not appropriate, and most of all, it's not wanted. You heard 93% of respondents said they are opposed to this, and you got a 70% response rate. That's pretty damn good. I wish we had a 70% voter turnout rate. That would be amazing for this country. So pay attention to your constituents. I think you all do a good job of that. I think your Planning and Zoning Commission does. Probably need to educate your planning staff. Thank you.
Good evening, Elliot Lamboy, 11709 Cypress Barn, representing my household here, expressing our negative sentiment for this project, gas station. Now, I do want to mention I've lived in this neighborhood for 2 years, and as a retired Air Force captain, registered nurse, veteran of 3 wars, and exposed to the many chemicals throughout it's just a gas station doesn't sit well. And I know the gentleman said that something has to be built, that something doesn't have to be a gas station. And I think if you give us the opportunity for an organized neighborhood to come up with a good plan for this neighborhood, this very organized neighborhood that I've seen come together and that has drive to better their community, is going to do something great. But they need that time. We need that time. So thank you.
Good evening, Patricia Lucas again, 10409 Pecan Branch. I know you've heard a lot of information. What I want you to hear from me is that this community came together. There were a handful of us. We literally went door to door, people that I had never met that opened their door and were never notified. So the notification process is 18 homes out of 302. How does that make sense? It doesn't. We were finding people that had no idea about this gas station. Again, we are not opposed to development. We are opposed to the health risk. The other thing I want you to understand is 15 months ago, I moved. I had a diagnosis of colon cancer related to my military service. I moved, and this was my ideal home. It was a 1-story home. It was beautiful. It was quiet. The character of the neighborhood was awesome. You know where I moved from? 3009. You know why? Because it's a zoo there. I moved away from the zoo to something more rural. And now what I'm hearing is, yeah, sorry, we're just going to put in what we want to. We are really asking you as a community, please hear us.
Widen 1518. See what shakes out. That's going to take 5 years. See what shakes out. Then start developing. It's already difficult to get out of our community. The video we did, my son stood out there for 35 minutes at 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, how hard it is to get a 31-year-old up out of bed? He got up out of bed because he wanted you guys to see it's literally car after car after car. And the only reason there wasn't any more than 42 is the traffic down the middle was so backed up for Corbett. You couldn't make another turn. It's already a traffic problem. Get TxStat out there, fix that problem. There's less than 600 feet. You're not going to put another traffic light in. Help us out so we can actually get out. I don't leave my house outside of 11 hours of 11 to 2 because that's the only time I can get out. Thank you for your consideration. Please vote no. Hear your people that you represent. Please vote no. Thank you.
Good evening again. I'm Alex Smith from 11708 Cypress Barn in Willow Grove. I'm here tonight for the safety of my children, for my neighbors, particularly the 12 children that are actually living within 200 feet of this proposed station. I also want to highlight my neighbor, Larry Allen. Mr. Larry Allen, he spoke to you earlier today. His back door is going to be about 25 feet from this gas station lot. Mr. Allen has done his service for his country when his number was called for Vietnam. He did not run off to Canada. He did not escape to graduate school at Oxford or have wealthy family members pay doctors to say he was unfit. He did his duty for his country and he fought in the jungles of Southeast Asia. He was exposed to Agent Orange and has fought multiple bouts of cancer, among many other ailments. Larry and his bride, a retired school teacher, purchased their retirement home in Willow Grove, seeking a safe and secure neighborhood. Now an LLC stands to profit in ruining that retirement and exposing him to even more carcinogens. Is this how we repay our veterans? Benzene is a known carcinogen. We've talked about this. Studies, countless studies, and studies of studies have concluded its direct link to increased childhood leukemia and lymphoma among those living near gas stations. National average setback distances around 300 feet you see throughout our country are based off assumptions that vapor recovery measures would limit toxic exposures. 2019 study of U.S. gas stations found that airborne benzene levels were actually 10 times higher than was anticipated. 300 feet isn't enough. The World Health Organization states that no levels of benzene are safe. The risks compound when those concentrations of benzene are higher and the exposure time is extended. Homes within 320 feet of gas stations have health concerns associated with them. And this exposure, it is persistent. It doesn't end. The more time spent at home now for members of the Willow Grove community, the higher our risk. Emissions from vent pipes necessary for the ground tanks resulted in benzene levels high enough to cause cancer risk at a distance of 524 feet. This isn't fleeting exposure like you would have in a busy, congested road. This is persistent. It stays in our homes, and we are perpetually exposed to it. It's no wonder the federal guidelines recommend not placing schools within 1,000 feet of gas stations. Unfortunately, we have 902 students aged between 4 and 10 going to school within 500 feet of this proposal. Commissioner Carbone was the only one of 7 at the Planning and Zoning Commission to vote in favor of the station. He dismissed our benzene concerns, saying it's in everything already, even cigarettes. Well, adults are afforded the choice to take risks with their health. The children of Willow Grove and Rose Garden Elementary School wouldn't be afforded a choice. When it comes to perpetually high airborne benzene levels around gas stations, there is no non-smoking section for these children. We're counting on you to protect them. Lastly, I'll add, take advantage of the 302 households that are with you. We have a setback distance of 25 feet for Schertz. Let's implement. We will support you implementing safer setback distances. Thank you.
Once again, my name is Walter Allen. I live at 10512 Pecan Branch, right there where the dairy is. I mean, we're talking 20 feet behind my house, you're going to have gas pumps. Huh? All right, now, next thing, where are you going to put the dumpsters? That stuff going to blow in my backyard? I don't know. In and out. The only way you get in and out comes through the entrance to our housing area. What do we got? It's the only way you get out. Schaefer Road, the other side. $500,000 houses on both sides of it. Both of them got swimming pools. Who's going to clean them darn swimming pools? All that trash and junk blowing around out there. When that wind coming from the north, what happens when they got an 18-wheeler out there unloading that darn fuel in that station? Where's the fumes going to go? Prevailing winds coming from the north, in case y'all didn't know that. That blowing straight off of that service station, straight into the housing area. That's not good, folks. You know? Put a Mickey D's there. At least I can smell a hamburger. I'd rather smell a hamburger than gasoline. You know, that gas station, there's already one on that end, one on that end. You go down old Lower Sardine Road, hit 1604, there's another gas station there. There's 3 gas stations easily for anybody else. Why do we need a 4th gas station sticking right in the middle of that road for? Once again, transit moving up and down that road. Between I-10, going back over toward 78. Where do they stop at to go to the bathroom? Going to go right there, and then they're going to go right around behind that, camp out of my back fence. I don't like that, folks. I've had I just don't think there's got to be something better than a gas station. And from what I understand, there was a fast food place already come before the committee, and y'all turned it down. That's just what the rumors going around, so I don't know. Anyway, we don't need that gas station now. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Once I hit that gavel, going once.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Bill Hernandez, and I reside at 115-200 Cypress Barn. I don't have prepared remarks this evening, but I do, and there's many concerns, of course, that my fellow residents have brought forth. But one item that that concerns me is there may be a possibility of more of a criminal element coming into the neighborhood. And I say this only because we've recently had car break-ins and other forms of theft. What happens is you have people that drive around, they'll find a neighborhood to see what they could try to get their hands on. By having a convenience store, a gas station, or any business for that matter, that invites individuals that have nothing better to do but drive around, especially in a neighborhood that's established, to see who is vulnerable for theft or any other criminal activity. I know the developer wants to set up this gas station and convenience store or whatever else they want, but I think Schertz is large enough. If they want to put up a gas station or a convenience store or any other business for that matter, look elsewhere. I'm in business. One of the first things that I do in conducting market research is to look at the impact it'll have on our citizens and the neighbors for which have an impact on the development. I don't think that any market analysis was done sufficiently or to understand what impact the neighborhood would have on their decision to move forward with this. But ultimately, you guys have the ultimate decision to vote for it or vote against it. I encourage you to please vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Hello again, Scott Gentry, 10413 Aurora Sky. There was just one comment I wanted to make about the presentation that we received, specifically in regards to the gas station development being in line with the characteristics of the existing neighborhood and the surrounding areas. I think we've received enough testimony tonight in the contrary of that. And when you go to cast your votes, thank you for hearing us out. I know it's been long. I sincerely appreciate your time. But think, like, if it was you in that neighborhood with children, would you want people to hear your concerns and vote with compassion? And also thinking, moving forward, there is still an opportunity to develop that area that will be more in line with the characteristics of the existing neighborhood and what we all want for Schertz and what we want that future to look like. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else? Going once. Going twice. All right, public hearing is closed. All right. Before I open it up to council, council and residents, there's several items I'd like to address. First and foremost, we acknowledge your concerns regarding the proposed development of a convenience store with gas pumps. Your safety and your well-being is of our highest priority. But as you know, property rights are fundamental to the autonomy and freedom of individuals, allowing them to control and make decisions regarding their land and their assets. These rights include the ability to determine how the property is used. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commissioners face many challenges as they don't know what issues will arise during the public hearing, and they have limited time to analyze every detail. Fortunately, this council and I have the advantage of viewing the Planning and Zoning meeting, allowing us to research, examine, and address your concerns. So allow me to share my observation. Now, during the Planning and Zoning meeting, the commissioners were bombarded with the dangers of benzene. However, none of the commissioners opposed the special use permit because of benzene. As one commissioner pointed out, a recent study has confirmed that benzene levels associated with a nearby gas station pose no health-related issues to the surrounding neighborhoods. My research also led to the same conclusion. In fact, benzene is found in paint, detergent, hand soap, hand sanitizer, deodorant, hand cream, sunscreen, shampoo, and conditioner. Many of us are unaware we applied benzene directly on our bodies. Low levels of benzene have been detected in fruits, vegetables, nuts, dairy products, eggs, and fish, which some of us have actually consumed. Home gas appliances such as stoves, ovens, dryers, and water heaters emit benzene. Yet, many are worried about the leakage of fumes from gas pumps located distance away. Our fire department monitors the gas stations and ensures that emissions remain well below the limits set by the health and safety regulations. Residents can be assured that the air quality in the area is safe and does not present any long-term health concerns. And it's critical to clarify a point made by the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. There is indeed a subdivision in our city with our main access road leading to a gas station. This road is Woolon Oaks, and it connects to FM 3009. The current configuration under consideration is actually less impactful than the one at Woodland Oaks because the gas pumps are situated near Schaefer Road, away from the entrance to your subdivision. In reality, the access road from this subdivision is a city right-of-way easement. The HOA lacks the authority over it. And regardless what is constructed, they will be confronted with the same obstacles. No ingress or egress from FM 1518 unless TxDOT provides a curve cut. One item we must heavily consider is access to FM 1518 is outside the applicant's control. Many express concerns about property values. And consider this, property values in Mesa Oaks subdivision have increased 37% since the opening of that gas station. When it comes to home market values, it is important to know that a nearby gas station is not the primary factor in determining property values. Real estate trends affecting the housing market consist of supply and demand and the economic conditions of that area. They play a much more significant role in influencing home values. Now, there is no data to support the claim that gas stations are prime targets for crime in our area. The high visibility of regular traffic actually makes them less appealing to criminals who prefer to avoid detection. And regarding homeless individuals, as some of you stated, we have no idea what led to their situation or their circumstance, but being homeless is not a crime. Now, this public hearing may have been avoided. The property is zoned general business, allowing the developer to build anything permitted under this category without the involvement or restriction of city staff, the city council, or the HOA. And during the planning and zoning meeting, a neighboring HOA president said, and I quote, "We received a few requests from other developers to develop the property in front, and I denied them all because of access to our area coming into Willow Grove. The unwelcome development proposals were not aligned with your values or your vision. The unwelcome development was not a convenience store because it didn't come to the council's attention, but it could have been a burger joint, a Starbucks, or a Dunkin'. Now we have a development many of you find less suitable. This development is not a tourist attraction or a featured destination in our city. It will not increase the traffic flow, but traffic will continue to increase due to the many housing developments already in progress or planned. There are over 10,000 residents in this area and over 3,000 homes in future plans, and also a 350-unit multifamily complex. There are no gas stations in South Schertz, and council must focus on the overall benefits to the city and all its residents. We must open our minds to the possibility of what this convenience store with the 4 pad sites will provide. These neighborhood services will accommodate the growth that is expected in this area. This council will make the final decision regarding this special use permit. But as you know, the responsibility will fall on my shoulders. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Davis.
Mayor, thanks for your input. I do have to say I disagree with some of it. You know, when you start off saying that something will be built here or a property owner has rights. That's absolutely true, and I've always felt that way. But conversely, we have a zoning process here. So, I mean, this is zoned complete neighborhood and general business and all that kind of stuff. And you know, if somebody wanted to come in and put an industrial thing, they'd have to go through the zoning process so we can get public input to decide whether or not it's the right thing to do. And that's exactly why we have SUPs. A gas station is not your typical general business that you just put anywhere. We have a requirement in our process to evaluate SUPs and see if it's the right place. And to me, I voted no the first time this came in here, and I still have the same concerns. This is just, to me, an odd area with odd access, egress, entry and exit points off of 1518. That coupled with the traffic for the school, I just don't see how this is the right area for a convenience store with gas pumps. And in looking at the layout, it just keeps on reaffirming that in my mind. Will it develop? Yeah, if you want all bad news out there, I mean, at some point, this will develop. And maybe it is the right place for a small strip center that's got a nail salon and a dry cleaner and a real estate agent office and an insurance agent office and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, under our current zoning, that type of development coming in here is not going to come back to planning and zoning, correct, Mr. James? This area is zoned what? Complete neighborhood? General business? Yeah, so anything else that is commercial, like a dry cleaner or an insurance agent office, a real estate office, a nail salon, a developer can come in here and build that, and it's not going to go to P&Z, and it's not going to come to council. They're going to submit a plat and a design with the city staff, and city staff is going to come back and say, it's general business, no reason. But that's one of the things that we have with SUPs. This is something that we need to assess. And again, based on the location, I do not see where this makes sense to put a gas station and convenience store.
Councilmember Hayward.
First thing, I kind of want to address something that was mentioned. And one of those things was the number of people that were notified. So I want everyone to know that by state law, Texas State Law 211.007C, you only have to send out a notification for the 200 feet. So every home is not within 200 feet. So it's not that we're not giving everyone notification. It is by state law that we are required, and that's what we're required to do. So just wanted to address that. And the more I have thought about this, when I look at the service station that's on 3009, it's at a corner and it has a light, a signal light. When I look at the one up here by Mesa Oaks, it's at a corner, there's light, there's a light. The one up by, on Arrow, it's at a corner, it's a light. You drive out there, there's not a light. It could be a corner maybe, depending on how you look at it, but there's no light. And I know that TxDOT's not going to do a curb cut because you've got the two roads right there that lead into the neighborhood. And the more I started digging into this after the first time, and I dug into it because I thought it was dead on the vine. It wasn't coming back. And then the more I've dug into it, the more I've looked at things. And I've looked at things, and a lot of things that I've looked at, and just looking at how things are, and understanding that, yes, people do have property rights. Their property rights stop when they have to come to council to decide on the zoning issue for a specific use permit. Then we have to decide whether to grant that use or not grant that use. But if it's just a regular commercial thing that's going there, like Councilmember Davis said, doesn't come to us. we don't get a chance to decide. And so this is just kind of where I'm looking and being down there, and because I live up in North Schertz. I don't live in South Schertz, and very rarely do I go that way because of the traffic. I know you guys are dealing with a lot of traffic down there, and it's going to expand, and the traffic will probably get worse. But I do have friends that live down there, and I visit them. And the more I keep going down there, I'm just not 100% certain that this is the right location. I think when I look down there, and I know that I look at 1518 and Lower Seguin. That could be like a perfect location, but I don't own the land. I'm not selling the land. And I am having a really hard time saying that I can support this because of just this location and where it's going to be and whether it's the right thing. And so I'm having a hard time accepting that it's the right thing in the right location right now after doing some more research.
All right, for clarity, there is signal lighting at Schaefer Road. Councilmember Brown.
Okay, I'll take a minute to ramble on a little bit too. Again, private property, the development, the city, we don't own any of that property. Okay, the development is driven by the owners and their request to develop. All right, and then as you're seeing it, the process goes through our planning department. If there's a zone request, like an SUP, a special use permit, then it comes through planning and zoning and then comes to us eventually. We can't decide. I don't know whether there's going to be a nail shop or a Dollar General or what the owner's going to come up with. All right, so I wish we had a little bit more influence, but we don't. All right, we receive the information as it grows. You know, I heard about traffic. Traffic is traffic is traffic is traffic. And as the mayor said, you know, we have 10,000 people down there now, 3,000 more homes over the next, 10, 15 years. It's not going to get any lighter. The 1518 expansion and remedy, if you will, for a lot of the traffic issues down there is just starting now. It's another 3 to 5 year project. Nothing is good there by any means. I will say that if you look at the site plan, the gas station itself only affects 1, maybe 2 lots. Everybody says, oh, there's a gas station back there. Well, no, it's really only covers 1, maybe 2 lots there on the end. Okay, there's a lot of parking there, a lot of open parking there. Okay, and again, crime. Come on, folks. Gas stations alone don't cause crime. All right, and if you talk about trash, you want fast food restaurants, things like that. There's a whole lot more trash with those. Now, having said all of that, I tend to agree that it's probably not the right place because of the traffic flow. All right, there's a lot of other good places out there, but it's going to take some time. And as the mayor also said, there isn't a gas station down there. There's a lot of other people that want a gas station down there. So it's a matter of the available land and the developer and the owners, getting together and putting a plan together. You don't just say, well, that's a good corner. Let's just go put a gas station there and get it away from me. Well, and again, we don't own the land, all right, so we can't drive that. But I'm probably going to be against it at this point, but only because of the traffic.
Council, any other comments? All right. Seeing nothing else, there is a motion to approve ordinance number 24S-147. No motion. Once again, Council, is there a motion to approve?
I motion that we approve ordinance 24S-147.
Motion's been made to approve ordinance by Councilmember Watson. Do I have a second?
I'll make this a second, only so that we can get through the vote on one.
Okay.
So we don't have to change
Wording.
the resolutions.
Okay. We have a second by Councilmember Brown. Any other comments? All right, Council, cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please? We have no ayes, 6 objection. Motion does not pass.
Now you have 300 homes that band together. Maybe y'all can buy that land.
All right, Council, let's get back to, we have a workshop discussion regarding the Church at Good Shepherd and their celebration of Mass. Council, most of you have received my email regarding the proposed, but Mr. James, I think you got some additional information you'd like to share with us from our attorney? You don't?
Attorney.
Okay, did
I'm
they
not
receive
sure.
it?
And I didn't get your email, I don't
Okay.
believe.
Okay, it was
I'm
just,
not sure.
I believe the city attorney addressed that directly to the council.
all right. So with that in mind, Councilmember Davis, I'll open it up for you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, based on your email that you sent out and then the response that we got from our city attorney, I would offer that would it not just be appropriate, based on the subject and the issue of that, or our council used to be, just to merely at some future meeting have a night where we issue a proclamation and bring it in and present the proclamation that identifies and addresses the history of our council chambers and things along those lines versus actually holding a religious ceremony in here. I think the city attorney brought up a good point that if we go down that path, then it can open up a thing for the city. I know at one point we're talking about modifying our council chambers to host municipal court in some cases. If we open it up where it's now a rental facility, ideally with the layout, I could see where several other churches would see as this is an opportunity where this would be a great place for them to have their ceremonies. I mean, and again, this is not to say I'm against any particular religion or doing anything like that. I just don't think it'd be appropriate for us to open up this particular city facility for extraneous outside rentals and events.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes, same thing as Councilmember Davis. I think our attorney laid it out very well. It isn't a matter of a church per se. It's a matter of opening it up to multiple uses, setting rates, setting agreements, insurance, liability, et cetera, and absolutely a specific proclamation to support the relationship with Good Shepherd. That's great, but having an additional formal ceremony, probably not in the best interest of the city.
Yeah. I totally agree with both of you, council members. The information that was provided by our attorney actually clarified the situation, and I do agree with him too. But again, it was something that I received prior to sending the email to each and every one of you. But I totally am in agreement with your evaluation on this issue. Is there any other comments? No other comments, so no action is going to be required on this situation. Thank you all. We'll go on to the next one. Workshop, item number 24, workshop regarding the authority of Schertz to annex near JBSA Randolph. All right, Mr. James, Mr. Haas, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Sam to do the presentation. Originally, Emily was going to do it. She was out today, so he agreed to step in and do it. But this was a request staff got from council to do a workshop item based on a particular provision of state law that gives cities particular authority to essentially offer up within 5 miles of certain military bases, Randolph falling within that, the ability to either annex, whereas we wouldn't be able to, or impose some zoning restrictions whatsoever. So I'll let Stam kind of walk through the brief, and then I'll come back up with him with some of the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. James. So yes, the local government code that Brian is referring to is section 43.0117. It's the authority of a municipality annex area near a military base. And because JVSA Randolph is a functioning military installation, Schertz could utilize this provision to annex further territory within 5 miles of JBSA. And the section here has 2 subsections, A and B. This presentation will kind of walk through the meat of subsection B. So a municipality may annex for full or limited purposes any part of the area located within 5 miles of the boundary of a military base, as we said here. And the voters of the area can either choose the annexation by providing the municipality with the authority to adopt and enforce an ordinance regulating the land use area. So this provision would require a special election that would be held in the spring. The election would include a proposition that would either fully annex, limited annex, or an ordinance regulated land use. The current property is currently in the ETJ within the 5 miles. And only property owners in the area to be annexed would actually vote on this proposition, not everyone in the city. Regardless of what the individual property owner want, whichever of those 3 options gets the most votes out of those voting will be done for every affected property. So within that 5 mile radius, here's the area that we're really talking about here. This purple line here is that 5 mile buffer zone. And in relation of the ETJ properties, these are mostly in South Schertz. These are actually all in South Schertz. And just kind of getting the details of what these properties are, you'll see on the top left of your screen, there's some properties that are in yellow. These are these hatch pattern properties here, yellow and green, excuse me. And these are under a delayed annexation agreement, which means they're going to come into the city at some point in time. And the other properties, however, are not. You see this large ETJ property here and one down here towards the south. Again, some more of those properties along 1518, some larger properties there that are in the ETJ. And again, along the Cibolo Creek here, we have a couple properties that have an agreement with council under 24R73 that they would not become under action of LGC 430117. So these properties that are down here would not be subject to this, but this large swath of parcels here would be. So the authority to adopt and enforce an ordinance regulating the land use in the area in the manner recommended by the most recent joint land use study. So the most current JLUS for Randolph is from 2015. It was an effort done by Cibolo, Converse, all the cities kind of in the area, Live Oak, San Antonio, Schertz. And the JLUS is necessary to ensure the future compatibility between land uses and surrounding communities, necessary to support the continuation of the military mission at JBSA Randolph. So the Texas LGC section that is specific that if the ordinance is selected via the voting process, this is the ordinance option, the ordinance can only regulate the land use in the area based on the J-Luce. So this is what those area regulations look like in the J-Luce. You'll see that, the risk profile is what they're looking at in urban development with the APZ, the residential development of, the density pattern of residential development, 1 house per 10 acres, 1 house per 20 acres in the APZ2, and then residential development within the 65 decibel noise contour, which I'll kind of touch on a little bit later. And the first 3 of these requirements in the J-Luce are really just pertain to the APZ and APZ2, which doesn't really affect these properties that we're talking about that are in the ETJ, because the APZ is on the other side of 1518. And the restriction on the decibel noise contour, it would really come into play. You'll see this orange line here. So that's the noise contour that they're talking about, the 65 decibel, and it really only pertains to a couple of these properties in the ETJ. So the J-Luce identifies military influence areas with subzones. Specifically for JBSA Randolph, there are 4. And you'll see that these are the BASH, the bird air strike hazard, the vertical obstruction, safety and noise. And this is a map of what the BASH looks like. All of southern Schertz is within that 5-mile radius of the JBSA Randolph. This means that properties in the ETJ, if the ordinance is approved, could be subject to additional requirements in the bird air strike hazard. This could include not permitting certain trees and foliage, certain detention ponds, landfills, golf courses, things like that, agricultural uses. That's what that particular section in the J-Luce regulates. And then also the vertical obstruction zone. So all properties in the ETJ, if the ordinance is approved, if that's the option, they could be subject to building height restrictions. The most restrictive would be 200 feet, which is already in excess of our zoning codes. And it could be up to 300 in some of the subzones. So the city of Schertz regulations are already a little more restrictive than this. In the safety subzones, these are really pertaining to the APZ zones, the accident potential zones 1 and 2. The J-Luce identifies the safety zones as the clear zone, the accident potential zone, and APZ 2. All of these are the west of 1518 and not subject, or not in the ETJ. So it really wouldn't apply to these properties, what we're talking about. And finally, the noise contours, which I kind of already touched on a little bit. The properties in the ETJ that are within the 65 decibel noise contour, if the ordinance approved, could be subject to certain sound attenuation measures for building construction. And then as previously discussed, the noise contour is not compatible there. So if the city of Schertz meets the criteria outlined and could utilize Texas LGC 43 for additional measures, annexations, or J-Luce consistent regulating ordinance. However, this would not be decided upon by city council. The choice would be limited to the fully annexed or the ordinance. So basically, if the citizens in this area decide that they want to go the ordinance route, they vote on that. There's very limited things that we could do with the J-Luce and what we could regulate. We have to regulate what the J-Luce says we could regulate if that's the choice that they make. Of course, if they chose to go full annexation, then they would have to come into all our city UDC compliance. And the limited annexation would be if voter, would be for limited person would not be subject to all city of Schertz regulations and ordinances, so that would be limited. Currently, the properties that are within the ETJ due to state law have very little regulations and restrictions from the city of Schertz. Based on state law, the city cannot enforce height restrictions or land use, and based on the city of Schertz ordinance or the J-Luce without utilizing that section 43. So the restrictions based on the J-Luce would be minimal compared to the full annexation of the city. That's the main point. In communication with JBS Randolph representatives, based on the aircraft that will be utilized at JBSA Randolph, there is an anticipated J-Luce update. So there may be an update to the 2015 J-Luce that might have additional regulations. With that new aircraft that's coming in, they're going to be updating that J-Luce. So that's it. That's the workshop. If there's any comments or questions, do my best and Brian's here to help.
All right, thank you, Mr. Haas. All right, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, on the voting process there, we would have to set up an election and then notify everybody and verify that only the ones that live in in those districts? Okay. And about how long would that process take?
I don't know. I mean, we'd need ample time to sort of work it up. You know, I would think we could do it either by the May or, again, if you wanted to wait a bit, the next November election.
Oh, okay, it wouldn't have to be a separate election. We can incorporate it into the general election time.
I believe you could. Yeah, my understanding, we can
Oh, okay.
research this, but yeah, my understanding is you could. I think staff focused the presentation, if you wanted to move right away, May is the next
Okay,
general
no,
election. But yeah,
I
if
just
you wanted
wanted to
to
see
wait,
if we
say do
could
it
fit it
November.
into the regular
Yep.
election cycles
that.
versus
Yep.
having a separate. Okay, thank you.
Council, any other comments? Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I originally asked staff for this workshop. You know, we just went through an entire annexation drill with North and South Schertz. And what struck me the most was if you go back to one of the maps that shows what I call gray areas down there, we have got some large areas in South Schertz that are just gray areas. They're no man's land. They are not under annexation agreements and they don't fall under our zoning or anything else. So to me, they lend the opportunity for a property owner down there to decide they would like to do something with their property that we have no visibility or say on. It'll go to a county, and that could include things potentially like a cell phone tower or something else that may not be compatible with the Air Force Base. So my take on it is this option that the state gives us where we address the folks that are in the gray areas and say, look, you can have a choice. You can either agree to annexation, and I would imagine, would it be straight out annexation or could it be a delayed annexation agreement?
I think it's straight out annexation. I think, I'm not sure. Yeah, we could go back and verify that.
But I mean, ultimately their choice is they can either be annexed, which means we would have a say, or they could say, no, you'll have zoning overlay, but they're not annexed by the city. But at least to me, that gives the city some sort of insurance policy that would help reduce, it would not certainly not eliminate it, but it would reduce or help mitigate the potential of something strange popping up in these little gray areas south that may at some point adversely affect the Randolph mission.
And again, we can go back and research and send you an answer as to whether we can do a delayed.
Any other comments?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 25, a workshop discussion on impervious cover standards for single-family residential. Okay, Mr. Haas.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I asked the city to look into our city standards for impervious coverage. In the spirit of transparency, I may or may not have a project at my house sometime in the near future that involves impervious coverage issues. So therefore, I asked the staff for some clarification on it. I would like to, at this time, recuse myself from this discussion. I think it'd be a great discussion presentation for the council to look at, but I would rather sit it out and not be part of it at this
Before you step down, let me ask our attorney here. I think the information he has may be valuable to the discussion that we're going to have. Although if it is pertaining to his specific house, but this is an overall city objective. What are your thoughts regarding his recusal?
So unless the ordinance, y'all's ordinances says anything specifically about when to recuse, the state law recusal relates to when you have financial interest in the conversation. So I think that it is up to what, short of something in the ordinance saying explicitly that he would need to recuse himself, it would be up to what his comfortability level is.
All right. I do recommend that you stay on the dais because I think your input's going to be valuable to this situation. We're not dealing with your specific address, so I think it's best that you stay on.
And it is not a financial interest.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for bringing that up. All right.
All right. So yeah, so I'm just going to walk you through how we treat impervious coverage in the city as a practice, and maybe just present some questions to council to see what we want to do moving forward. So start with defining impervious coverage. This is in Article 16. This is in our UDC, how we do it. Impervious cover means impermeable surfaces which prevent the filtration of water into underlying soil or bedrock, such as pavement, concrete, or rooftops. The city really leans into that pavement, concrete, and rooftops, and I'll kind of get into that. But you'll see this in practice. We use this a lot in our 2157. This is our dimensional and design requirements for residential districts. And in all of our residential districts here, we have these requirements, 50%, 75%, we can get down to 30% in our agricultural districts. And this is the, how much paved surface you can have on your lot, essentially. Whenever we do these kind of things, we always look at other cities and how they treat their impervious coverage. And so looking around, we're about on par with how everybody else does it. Cibolo, they get down to 35, kind of like we do. Their middle density is somewhere between 40 and 60. I mean, some of these cities have so many zoning districts that to list them all out would just be take a lot of slides. So I just kind of summed it up here, but it essentially looks like we're about on par with what other people are doing. San Antonio, mostly just does it based off of like stormwater requirements. So, that's one way they do it. Some people only have requirements for multifamily stuff. So it seems like we're about on par with about other cities. So as I mentioned, we really lean into that pavement, concrete, or rooftops, and how we treat that in practice is asphalt, concrete, roofs, sheds, any covered areas. Even if your covered area, you have an extension from your roof that's covering a patch of dirt, in practice, we still count that as impervious coverage because that is a rooftop technically. So swimming pools, that's another thing that we count. They count towards the maximum impervious cover limitations unless it's equipped with an overflow device, and only if it drains into a pervious surface, in which case the water surface is excluded. We do that. If you have an overflow device, we exclude the water surface. So pavers, that's one thing that's kind of in question. Like how do we really do pavers? When staff goes out and we look at something like this, we don't count it as impervious coverage because, it's not really, it still will drain, right? But when we get a large contiguous area of those pavers, we do start treating it as a paved surface. This is not codified in the UDC anywhere. This is just something that we kind of do. Give you kind of some examples of that. When you look at something like this, obviously there's cracks here, but this would not drain the same way as grass or dirt. And again, we have some other examples here. You have some where there's a lot of cracks, maybe a lot of water goes through that, but then you have something like this with large pavers that maybe it is more like concrete or asphalt. And then how about something like this? Like this is also something where it's a little bit of a gray area. How would we go out and measure this? Would we treat this as impervious? Would we treat this as pervious? So it is a little bit of a gray area when we get stuff like this, or if we get stuff like this. I just wanted to give you an example of kind of what they deal with out in the field. So a couple questions to give to council. Do we change what we count as impervious coverage? Do we broaden the definition of pavement or concrete or rooftops? This is a simple approach, but how do we accurately measure these things? Are we going to have our code enforcement officers or our neighborhood services go out there and measure each one of these? If somebody puts a paver down and puts a plant on it, do they drive by and then, cite them for that? I mean, how do we really start, how do we really approach that practically? Something that'd be really simple to do, we could just raise the impervious coverage. We can go back to that table I had showed you and we could go from 50 to 55%. It'd be really easy, super easy to enforce. But I think there's implications, and I think staff would say there's implications that, when we move the goalpost, what happens, right? Do we, are we 10 years from now, is somebody going to say, well, 55's, just not enough. Now we need 60. And then, so, that's something just for council to think about. And also, are we incentivizing larger homes to be built on these lots? Is that what we really want to see here in Schertz? Just a question for council there. Do we change the way we count pool services? Do we not count pools at all? Some pools, you can see here from these examples, have quite a lot of space between the lip and the actual water surface. That's a lot of water that it could potentially hold in a rain event. But what about a zero entry pool? These are things that people build that go right up to the line. I mean, could this hold any rain in a rain event? Do we give discretion to staff? Could we give our chief building official or inspectors to count pools as impervious coverage based off of what they determine on a case-by-case basis? This does provide flexibility, but it would be difficult to be consistent. As we get a new chief building inspector in, maybe they have different opinions about pools. And here's an example of something, how do we count this? Here's a pool. There's obviously pervious surfaces there, but there's obviously impervious surfaces. There's plants growing out of this pool. What happens when we get CBOs or chief building officials? How do they determine? So is this something that we want to do? Do we give them discretion? It's kind of, the pros and cons of that situation is just something to consider. So another thing we could do, we could codify a little buffer for pavers. We could basically say, we allow 200 square foot of pavers before being counted as impervious. That would be a really simple approach. It'd be easy to enforce. We may have to go in and define what a paver is, because whenever you say paver, I think a lot of things come to people's minds. Maybe we don't really know what that is at this point. So just to kind of sum up the questions we have for council, do we want to change the way we count impervious coverage? Do we want to increase the impervious coverage max? Can we change the way we count pool surfaces and maybe give our inspectors a little more leeway, a little more discretion? Do we codify a little buffer for pavers, or do we not do anything at all? Do we keep the way that we do things now and keep existing codes and practices? Any comments or questions?
Well, first of all, I'll recognize Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, in some ways, a lot of this goes back to the developers. They want a 44-foot lot and, et cetera, and then somebody comes in, I want to put a pool in. No, you can't do that because you've maxed out your impervious cover. So I see this a lot with the smaller lots especially. People come in and they just assume that they can put a pool wherever they want, and they can't, or something similar, even an outdoor kitchen with a solid pad. So it's almost like, okay, this neighborhood here, what you see is what you get. You got to put a sign up there. No, you're not going to be able to build a pool or add an additional outdoor kitchen with a solid pad. As far as measuring the impervious cover, yeah, I think we need to be pretty generous about that, because that's one of those things that until you start actually pouring concrete, it still has some pervious qualities to it. But yeah, the smaller lots are the toughest ones out there. And I see that like our garden homes, you have a higher standard for it, which is good. It's a lot more realistic like that. But still, it's never going to be easy.
Councilmember Hayward.
When you were going back and you were talking about allowing, neighborhood service, building inspectors to do it, I think it needs to be something that, if we're going to do it, it can't be somebody's interpretation. Because then when you start doing interpretation, today everything is fine, and then somebody else goes out and inspect, and oh my gosh, now something's not right. I think if what we have now isn't really we're not having issues with things now, I'm not necessarily one to say we need to change it just because we need to change it. If things are working out and looking at some of the list that you had, I think it works. And I think we just continue, and then like you said with a paver, I mean, everybody has a different idea of a paver. And trying to make that decision unless we're trying to get more rigid. And I don't know that we're trying to get more rigid and create more work for everyone if what we have is already working.
All right, Councilmember Macaluso.
What's the negatives to increasing the amount of impervious coverage?
Well, so basically, I guess negative is kind of a subjective word, right? If you want a bigger house on your lot, then you would like to have a little more impervious coverage, right? If you want more green space in the community, then maybe it's not a good thing to increase that thing. I think that's kind of the question for council, right? Like, I mean, there are pros and cons to each. I mean, you give developers a little more flexibility with more impervious coverage because we're giving them more space on their property to build things, the structure, if you will. But also, you know, there's stormwater runoff to consider. There's things that engineering does to make sure that, you know, when we get floods or big rain events, that, you know, that it assists with that. So that's kind of the question I would ask you guys as well.
So like on the pavers, I mean, is it possible to have, you know, a consideration to the size of the pavers? Because I could see a lot of those smaller ones, the runoff is probably pretty insignificant compared to the large ones like you had in the picture. So I don't see how they should be looked at the same, which it seems like they are currently.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the example we gave here as one of the things that, you know, you could allow like a small buffer of you know, pavers, because there are cracks in the pavers. The water goes through, like it is a bit pervious, more so than a solid sheet of concrete. So that's something that we could do. We could codify that to Hayward's point, or Councilwoman Hayward's part, that you want to make sure that, you know, if we don't want to give a lot of leeway and discretion with some of our staff, then we just point to a hard and fast rule and say, this is how much you get. Once you go over, we start counting. So that's just one thing we could do.
I think I'll offer this up too. I think one of the things we talk about, or we've talked about with council, is, you know, how nuanced do we want the ordinance to be versus how tricky do we want the ordinance to be, right? The other, and a good point, is how much sort of flexibility do we want within the ordinance for you know, interpretation, but then that can lead to a lack of certainty going forward versus a hard, fast, black and white, right? We had that conversation. The landscape buffer says it's 20 feet. And I think everybody on council initially was, well, if it's 19 and a half, that's good. Well, 19's good, 15's good, right? So one of the things with pavers I would keep in mind, and this, I think there are two, I'd echo what Sam said, I think there are two real reasons cities regulate. One is sort of the stormwater runoff, that how do we account for how much stormwater detention is required based on how much pavement is down. And then the other is an aesthetic. And so one of the things keep in mind, even with paver size, it's all how you install it, right? And I've certainly, at my house, you can find sections of pavers that are laid down, they're a little bit askew, uneven gaps between them, and they're just basically put down the dirt, a fair amount of water runs through. I've got other areas where it was done right, probably by the prior owner, and he went down, took out the soil, put down layers of sand, layers of rocks, packed the pavers in, and then came in and filled in the gap. And it functions virtually like concrete. So that's one of the issues our building inspectors would say is, it kind of all depends on how you lay this stuff out, right? You can have two things that look fairly similar. One is much more pervious than the other, but that's not necessarily what we want to get. And that's where the ordinance gets tricky, right? If you put them in right, and you put down all the subsurfaces and you fill the gaps, then it counts or it doesn't count. And so I will say this, that the typical problem we have is, as I think Councilman Brown said, which is you have a lot, again, as council's gone to allow the R6 and R7, we'll probably have this more often. The developer wants to put as much house as they can on that smaller lot, and we talk about affordability and things like that, right? And there are all reasons, for that. But what that means is that when the homeowner buys it and comes in, they just literally don't have room. Whether you count the pool service or not, when you consider the driveway and the house and everything that we would all say is impervious, they can't do a pool deck around it, right? I would say more often in older parts of town, as houses learn and grow and people do various things, you can run into these quirks of the paver, the non-paver kind of situation. And then the other is to what degree we write our regulations. We're generally all probably thinking about the backyard, right? But again, I have houses in my neighborhood that the whole front is literally pavers, right? We've seen that before. And it, again, not probably what we were thinking. We're all thinking backyard, right? But do we allow that? What does the ordinance sort of say? And so, again, I think what maybe the least impactful approach to strike that balance a little bit and deal with some of these particular situations in older parts of town and maybe give a little more flexibility in newer parts of town is come in and clarify what falls under that pervious impervious, right? And it would likely where we would go is say if you is something as Sam indicated, which is we're going to give you a grace of a certain number of square feet of pavers, right? However that's kind of laid out to sort of get you over that hump, however it's kind of done, and we can more consistently enforce it. A little bit of flexibility, 200 square feet, 500 square feet, and do it that way. But the bulk of the problems we run into, it's not a debate about paver surface. It really is about clearly concreted sort of areas is what typically when we get calls from council, that's what it is. It's the driveway, it's the house, it's the concrete walkway, and it's the pool deck. And it's the covered cooking area kind of thing, right? That's 90-95%. And I will say what Sam said is, this is a goalpost kind of thing. We've talked about that before. Whatever you do, it'll work for a little bit, and then you will have somebody call up and say, well, if it's this, why not that? Doesn't mean we don't make a change and adjustment, because I think, again, it's something that we have a way to fix. I think Sam did a really good job doing the research on it, and fairly straightforward, which is come back with an ordinance to clarify what we count, make it a little more clear to folks on the front end, right, which is half of it, and then give a little bit of that buffer. And again, I think we can reduce the number of problems that we have, right, and that's a positive. I will say there is probably a bigger, broader conversation as we move forward in time, now that council in particular has allowed the smaller lots, for good reasons, the R6 and R7, and we allow that, as the market tends to be a bigger house.
Councilmember Westbrook.
So I think your last statement was what I was going to reference. So based upon lot size, is there a way how to determine it based upon lot size? Right now it's 50%, right? For all residential,
Right.
more or less, according to that chart. Right about there, so 50%.
It's generally 50% for most of our residential lots.
No matter whether the lot is 80 by 60 or?
Yep.
What's, based upon those squares, what's about 200 square feet? Based upon those little squares in the, can you estimate 200 square feet for me is basically what I'm asking. What are those, 18 or 24?
They're probably.
One's like 24.
The 24s?
10 by 10.
Yeah, but I don't. You can't visualize it, so. Kind of about 18 of those. That way.
18.
I think we're good.
And we can come back with a good example of what the square feet looks like. Again, you could certainly, based on the lot size, do a graded system. I would say we start getting tricky then, right? That somebody walks in, they don't know what their property is on. They got a single-family residential house. They don't know if it's R6, R7, or, they're pointing the neighbor across the street. Again, maybe it's not even zoning, it's actual lot size, right? So you've got subdivisions with, 10,000 square foot lots in 6,500. And so again, why did they get to put the pool in? Why do I? Again, it can be done though.
What about astroturf?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's where, again, I would just say that staff is just, we're so busy with other stuff, but it's a good point, right? You would say, well, it's not really paved, but again, if the intent of the code is one, we don't want to we want to account for that runoff, then yeah, you put down that asphalt stuff, it just runs straight off of it, right? We haven't dealt with it. I think our code doesn't allow it generally. We generally don't allow it per our code the way it's written. It has to be landscape, at least in the front yard, what people are doing in the backyards.
Thank you.
Couple of questions. There's residents that do want to build a pool in their backyard.
Sure.
I think if we have something indicated that the water level has to be a certain below the lip of the pool will suffice. But I think we're going down the slippery slope here.
Yeah, I would say this, and let me be clear. Most new pools, I'm looking for Lisa or not, come in and they have the overflow valve. And so really it's these occasional, which is rare, it's an older pool and we're adding paved surface. That's not what we tend to run into. Literally, most of the folks that you guys get calls, it's a new pool, it's gonna have an overflow, we don't count it. It's a small lot and they paved a bunch of stuff.
Well, the pools are different. Then we're looking at the front yards. You see so many pavers, you don't know what's in the backyard.
Mm-hmm. That's
Then
right.
how can you go in there and cite someone because they have so many pavers without looking at the backyard?
Mayor, to my knowledge, we've never cited anyone.
But that's what we're planning to do with
Mayor,
this.
it's not what, Mayor, I'm gonna
I think we're just
pause.
going
We are
down
not,
too much.
we are not gonna go in and cite anyone, right? What we got is a request when someone walks in for a permit to put in a pool or to put in paved area, we have requirements for them to submit information that's accurate and factual based on what we're going to issue the permit for. We then have to inspect that. So if somebody turns in a plan and says, hey, my whole backyard is grass, that's what it is, I want to put in a pool, I'm going to put this amount of deck in, and we say, great, you meet the requirements, have at it. We go out to do that inspection, and they've paved the entire yard, and they say, well, I didn't do it with the pool, it was already that way, I just lied on my permit application, then we
But
would
that's
not.
different. That's why I say the pools are different. When you go in there and you submit a permit for something, definitely,
Right.
we're looking at it closer. I'm talking about just driving down the streets and all of a sudden you see the pavers.
Right.
If that's not the case, why did you show me a picture of that?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I apologize, I'm confused. Why I showed you a picture of pavers?
Of pavers.
Right. The issue we have is
But we're not talking about backyards. We're talking about the residential area, not the backyard.
Well, put it like this, any piece of property that you own, but then this is all about permitting, not about, To me, I'm understanding this is all about permitting, not about neighborhood services driving down somebody's road.
Well, that's
going,
what I don't want to see
Oh my gosh,
then.
you got too many pavers there.
Mayor, let me give you
No,
some
thank you
background.
for the clarification, because permitting is different than driving down the streets and saying, you got too many pavers.
Yeah, to my knowledge, we've never, again, I got to tell you, staff has so much work. I look to Lisa to nod. Nobody in the city is going to drive around residential neighborhoods, look at front yards. Plus, our standard is the whole lot. My point was simply, when you think about this and you want to up this, our current reg doesn't have a different standard for the front and the back, right? And so again, we need to be thoughtful how we do this, unless you're okay with somebody coming in and putting down pavers in their whole front yard as a thing, which I don't think is what.
Well, thank you for the clarification.
Mr.
Because
Mayor,
I
if I
was
can-
looking at it differently, and I said,
Yeah.
permitting is different, because I know we have to look at everything else that's involved in it. Even the slope of the pool, where the water's going, if it rains and you're getting too much, it's got to flow away from the house. Those type of things I understand. But I won't say anything else, but I thank you for the clarification, because I thought we're getting too much into restricting individuals on what they want to do with their own
Understood.
yard.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis.
Yeah,
Councilmember
just to
Davis.
offer some clarification, and I don't know if Mr. James has the data that I provided. The issue that involves me is in the back of my house, in my backyard, I have a wooden deck that I'm tired of maintaining. And I thought it would be a great idea to take out the wooden deck and replace it with a concrete back porch, back patio. When I looked at the city's requirements to apply for the permit, and you've got the 50% impervious cover, if I count the things that are clear in our code, the size of my house, my existing covered back porch, my driveway, my sidewalks, my pool deck apron for my pool, everything that there is no argument over, that is 100% impervious cover, I come out to, I think it's 38%, okay? Well under the 50%. The area that I would like to change from a wooded deck to a concrete patio is about another 3%. Takes me up to 41%. Still within the guidelines, okay? The problem I run into is the interpretation of the pool, for one. Again, I have an older home. The pool was there when I bought the house. It was built well over 20-some years ago. It does not meet the current standards of having an overflow device should it overflow. But when you look at my pool, the size of my pool is like 14 feet wide by 30. And and the way it's designed, because it's got a skimmer in it that keeps the pool surface clean, the water level is generally always 6 inches below the pool deck. So while I understand a concern that should it overflow, that's water going somewhere, and that could be a problem for the city. The reality of it is that 14 by 30 foot pool with a 6-inch depth from the pool deck would mean we'd have to have a rainfall that's dropping 1,600 gallons of water into my pool before it overflows. And so that's one of the gray areas of like, well, why is that the pool surface an issue with impervious coverage? Because if we got that much rain, that's dropping 1,600 gallons of water into my pool, causing it to overflow, we have bigger problems everywhere. So the one question is, again, because my pool does not have an overflow device, should that really count towards the calculations? Coupled with that, when I bought my house, on the sides of my house, the previous owners had put down like gravel and rock, which, as anyone who has to maintain a lawn knows, pushing a lawnmower across gravel and rock is not fun to get it to your backyard. So over the years, I took out the gravel and rock, leveled out the dirt, and put down regular pavers, okay? I have never noticed any flooding issues or runoff issues. When it rains, the water, I mean, there's no sand in between the joints. You can see, matter of fact, I'm like Mr. James, I do a horrible job of install, so I've got bricks that are all wonky, but it's easier to walk across. The question is, does that linear footage of those pavers count? If you look in the UDC, it says concrete and asphalt. It does not specifically say pavers, okay? Which brought me to the question to the staff of, well, I understand the difference between an impervious surface and a pervious surface, but if you're talking about the degree to which water seeps in through something, I could make the same argument about your backyard. How fast water goes into the ground in your backyard will be different if your backyard is sand. You put in a sand volleyball pit in your backyard and it's all sand, water will drain into that faster than if it's just dirt and loam. Conversely, if your backyard is clay, that's going to drain a lot slower than someone that's got a dirt backyard. So the issue that I see myself that others in the community will have with permitting is, well, if I count the hard and fast rules, I'm at 38 and I want to add 3, it takes me to 41, I'm golden. But if the city comes out and there's a gray area, like my pool surface, and these areas where I have pavers that drain but not as fast, They drain a lot better than concrete and asphalt. They don't run off, but they don't drain as fast as dirt, and they count them. Well, then, as I add up everything, I'm now at 48%. And if I want to add the 3% for the concrete area, I would go to 51%. So fundamentally, the city would say, nope, you've exceeded the standard, you can't do that concrete deck. So that's why I asked for some clarification on this, is to, you know, what do you want me to submit from my permit request? What do I count, what do I don't count? And are we going to be going back and forth with the city on this counts, this doesn't count, and why, and all that other kind of crazy stuff?
Is there a way to count portion of the pool based on the size? And
Sure.
I mean,
you could say we're going to count 20% of the pool, we're going to count 70% of the pool, we're going to count 53% of the pool.
yeah,
I mean, you have any ability
we have to figure out something in that situation.
Sure.
Because
What
it
staff
does-
would probably say, though, let me offer this, Mayor, is for council just to change the code and say, we don't count pool surfaces and we don't count pavers at all. And it's just concrete and asphalt and the building structure. And that then becomes the least risky thing for staff to then be criticized for having made a decision. Now, there are implications to that. But staff would say, well, council changed the ordinance. Talk to council if you don't like it. But that's the issue. And so again, the example Sam gave, you can have somebody come in and do pavers the right way you're supposed to do them, cover the entire backyard, and I guarantee you will get the next door neighbor calling, grousing, going, I got all this water coming over. Our answer is, that's a civil matter. Take them to court.
What it really
It's
comes
easy
down
for staff,
to,
though.
What it really comes down to is how easy it is for the staff to calculate how much impervious cover and what is fair to the homeowner. That's
Yeah, I
basically
think
what it
it's
comes
what's
down to.
an easy, straightforward process for a homeowner to get through, for staff to calculate. There's the ease of use. There is also then the question of how much certainty do you want? It's black and white. There's no flexibility within it. You either meet it, you don't. 99% of people are going to agree to it, and it's very clear and straightforward. Now, the drawback with that is sometimes staff feels like we get criticized why we aren't flexible. It's just 6 inches short, right? The flip side then is we give staff flexibility, and staff feels like we get criticized when somebody says, well, you know, my neighbor is calling, why are we not letting him? Well, this is kind of how we've always done it. We try to be consistent, right? I think that's the balancing act.
I think calculating the size of the pool and having staff determine how much of it we could use as impervious cover is something that we have to look at.
Sure, I think
to make it easier.
I don't know that you've solved the problem though, right? All you've done is said, right, the current way staff does it per the code is, unless you have an overflow valve, right, or an overflow, then you've concreted this area, you know, it's a bucket, a hole, and you filled it with water, but you effectively have concrete there, so it's concrete. I think, again, I can't say that staff would always be consistent, but I think if somebody walked in and said, wait a minute, I've got this existing pool, because all the new ones can have the overflow, and the way it's set up, you can come out whenever you want, and I've got this big a gap, the inspector might look at that and go, all right, fine, I'll let it go. I can't promise they always would, right? That's the judgment call thing in it. But you're still going to have this problem of the paver, no paver kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. And so if council would prefer this certainty, then again, just go, it's the building structure, it's clear concrete or asphalt, we don't count the pool, don't count pavers, no matter how much paver you put down or no matter what you do, unless you literally concrete or asphalt under the surface of those pavers, we don't count it.
Councilmember Hayward.
How many people actually come in and get a permit for pavers when they're deciding to pave their?
I don't know that we get anybody coming in for pavers, right? And so this is part of the dilemma, and I will offer this. Councilman Davis wanting to be honest, wanting to be forthright, comes in and says, here's what I've got, right? But not everybody is quite as forthright, and sort of slides stuff around. And we're not walking, again, we're going in the backyard through the gate, we're looking at the pool stuff. We're not walking around the other side to see how they pave this stuff illegally. I mean, that's part of the challenge is the person who's doing the right thing gets penalized. The person who's sneaky with it, right, does the pool, we inspect it, we clear it, and they have the concrete company come back out there the next day and they lay down a bunch more concrete. I mean, it can't go into somebody's backyard, can't peer over the fence, can't look from the neighbor's window. It's unfair.
So.
But life is unfair.
Well, yeah. Only thing's fair is weather. Because we're talking about it and Councilmember Davis brought it up. Can you just replace the pavers with grass? And then you don't have to worry about pavers being the impervious surface? Or you add a pool, a overflow to the pool? I'm just going, are there things that can be done to mitigate if it's the
So
pavers, since we don't have a paver?
We're going into specifics to his property.
Okay, so
I
I'm
think we
going to
need
go out
to
of
stay
Pacific.
in
So let's
general
go, okay.
area.
Sam would be willing to go help him
So
rip
we'll
up
stay out
those
of Pacific.
pavers.
So could someone potentially change their backyard? Because we haven't come up with a way of saying 200 feet of pavers and we don't count that, but after 200 feet, we count it. I'm trying to find an
In theory,
easy
they
way.
could. Again, I don't know that we've ever had anybody go rip up pavers to do stuff. Again, and I'll ask Lisa if she wants to chime in, or maybe she just wants to stay back there. This is the first time I can think of where we've had sort of an existing property owner, hey, I want to change this thing with this existing, and kind of run into this. What we typically get is, it's a pretty clear, I want to put in a pool, I want to pave this deck area, right? It's not a paver thing, and it exceeds. We don't get this very often. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't find a solution, but this isn't what we have happen. Every other complaint I've got from council, not complaint from council, but where council has been kind enough to forward a complaint from a resident seeking an explanation from staff, it's literally been the pool and the new paving deck is what I can think of, right?
And that's what it seems to be. It seems like more people, because you're getting a permit for a pool and you want to get everything all squared away so that you're not walking on mud around your pool.
That's right.
And so I guess my question is, because you said when Sam presented, 200 feet, you count, you don't count. I mean, so the question becomes, how does that make it simplified, or does it make it more difficult
So
in the
what
process?
it complicates it a little bit, right? But one of the things that I think we would say you would do with this is you sort of define more clearly what you're going to count as far as pavers and what you're not going to count. So it's clear to folks on the front end, this is what we're going to count, this is what we're not going to count. Again, the balance is not getting so tricky. And when you get that, then it's the 20 foot versus 19 and a half, right? And then give some grace period for the pavers, because there are probably some others out there that we would solve it. But this is likely, I would think, a change we would make. It would fix this, and I would bet maybe one time over the next 5 years, staff would gleefully come down to my office and say, do you have a minute? We got another house that came in, and it was this paver thing, and this ordinance let them do what they wanted to do, and right, and that's not to say we shouldn't correct the problem, right? Because it'll help that person. I just don't want council to think we regularly get into this paver discussion, but we could. It's not clear. I think it's fair to our residents to say, let's provide some greater clarity. And then again, I think there probably is something to be said for the way most people kind of do pavers, and it's going to be in the older part, is they're going to have some that, aren't put down the best, and it doesn't create the issues we want to create. And there's probably still some flexibility of staff to let stuff slide, right? And I want to be clear, I think I've said this before. There are things that I've sent emails out and said, yep, we're going to let this kind of go, the spirit of the ordinance, knowing full well that if somebody creates a ruckus, and I get called up here and say, why did you do exactly that thing? Does it say you can? I'm going to go, no, it doesn't explicitly say that. This is what we did, and if, right? You know, so
Mr.
we try to
Williams.
manage this stuff.
Would
Mr. Williams,
it
yeah.
be fair to say that the majority of the issue that we're concerned with right now is, say, pool surface, right? I mean, more often than not, we're dealing with a pool permit. Somebody's coming in, they're taking up a portion of their yard, or is it something other than pool deck?
Yeah, mostly it's the pool, it's the decking around it, because pretty much every pool that comes in now has an overflow.
Right.
So because of that, we don't count the pool surface, right?
Right.
We count the decking around. Because what a lot of people do with the small lots is they put in a fairly small pool, and they pretty much want to pave the entire backyard except for a couple feet where they've got shrubs, because much like Sherry doesn't like to mow over those rocks and push them.
So,
I bet she
would it be
does.
fair to say that, I mean, in most instances, that pool surface in a new pool, I mean, we've said it already, that it doesn't necessarily count as impervious, right?
Right.
It's pervious surface because it has the overflow. And any other part of the pool decking that pushes over the 50%, we're not going to allow. I think we want clarity as far as the staff, I mean, to be able to reaffirm that that's the case. We're not going to allow pavement or some kind of surface around a pool deck that is going to push it over the 50%.
Right.
So would it be reasonable to say that it's not gonna, we're not gonna have a whole lot of instances where somebody's coming in for a permit like Mr. Davis's, Councilman Davis's situation, where it's gonna push them over 50%. So would it be fair to just not count any pool surfaces as pervious?
Sure, we cannot count, we could also change the code to say we're just not going to count any pool surface as impervious.
Right, and then pavers are pavers. I mean, it seems like that's the smaller part of the issue rather than the pool surface.
You could, again, I mean, that's certainly one way to do it, and I'm sure we wouldn't be back here ever with an issue.
I think that's the logical way to go, but Councilmember Brown.
Simplicity. Get rid of the pool surface, don't mention pavers, and keep it to solid concrete or, you know, that to me just, it keeps it simple for you. We still have drainage, you know, and again, most of our pools are going to be newer. I don't think we have an overabundance of older pools that don't have drainage in them anymore.
Yeah.
or
So we can
overflow
certainly
valves.
come back with a code amendment that says we count the roof surface, right? And then we count solid concrete or asphalt. We'll make clear we don't count pavers regardless of the extent or how they're put in. And we don't count pool surface area no matter what.
That should be the easiest
I
edit.
think it's easy. Exactly. I think it'd be very easy for staff to see and fair to the homeowner.
We can certainly do that.
All right. Any other comments? Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Except for North Carolina Crossing, they all need overflow valves.
And thank you all for the clarification. My mind was going
Specify that,
somewhere
too.
else. All right, we'll move on to item number 26. A workshop regarding the July 2024 financial update presentation. Mr. Walters.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Walters. I'm the Finance Director for the City of Schertz. I'm going to go over some financial information from July, and then we'll be coming back to Council monthly with these updates. And we have, the one I wanted, no. So what I do have for y'all is a 130 slide PowerPoint presentation. I have a script I'm going to follow, about 5 minutes per. Good thing is you won't need to go home. You can just go back straight to work tomorrow morning. Save you some time there. No, I'm kidding. We'll just go and go through this. No tabling. There we go. Okay, so I'll go through just a very high-level overview, touching on some of the fine points and different areas for the city of Schertz, concentrating on where the revenues are. And then the more detailed financial report is always available if you have any questions. And we'll continue to, this is our first go at this one, and we'll continue to refine the information. If there's anything specific you'd like to see, please let us know, and we'll make sure to include those in future updates. So the revenue for the general fund, as you can see, we have the 2023 budget and then actual, and then the current 24 budget and actual. So you can see a comparison. This is attached to the agenda item, so you can look at it more closely. You'll notice we did try to adjust the budget to where we get our majority of our revenue, which is really in the December, January, February months when we get the property taxes in. So that's the big portion for the general fund and where we get most of our funds. The rest of the months are relatively even. We get straight payments and property taxes in. Sales taxes is relatively even throughout the year. And then the overall impact of the sales taxes, when you look at the whole general fund, is a lot smaller. So if you look at sales taxes just by itself, they will adjust a little bit more, but here it's relatively even. And then you see different spikes. Actually, May is a good one for property taxes as well. A lot of people move in the summer months and then pay the property taxes that they hadn't paid for yet. And then the other spikes you generally would see coming from like big commercial permits. For the year to date, we expect the budget, we expect to bring in about $43.8 million, and we're at $43.3 million at July. So it's just slightly under where we'd expect to be. Under the expenses, our expenses are relatively flat throughout the year. Same kind of area is the same. The budgets are flat. We don't really see much fluctuation in there. The biggest expense is personnel. Most get paid twice a month. There's only actually 2 months with 3 paychecks. Every month has 2, so it's relatively flat. Sometimes there's some big, large capital purchases, and that would cause a spike. It's up in like right here in March. Otherwise, we'll be fairly stable. For the 2023-24 budget, we'd expect to be about 42.7, and currently we're at 35.5, related to some of the capital items that haven't come in yet. So if you look just at ad valorem taxes, this is what you'd expect. Again, we get the majority here in December, January, February. All the property taxes are due in January. Some people pay late, but generally by the end of February, we have most of the property taxes in. Sales taxes, as I mentioned, there are some fluctuations, like March and April, a little bit lower, May and June a little bit higher. And then February is high. February is actually Christmas. So it's coming in 2 months late. So this is actually December and Christmas and February. But when you look at the big general fund, it kind of evens out because the fluctuations are of much less impact. As you can see, we beat many months from last year. We were low here. The first 4 months, we beat or met expectations over last year. And then starting in about February, we actually were lower than last year for a couple months. Started picking back up again recently, which is very nice. We still expect to be below our target for this year for the sales taxes, but we did just get September's in, which will be about 10% growth, which was nice. It'll help even us out, but we still think we'll be lower. Permits, as you can see, permits are definitely related to commercial, big fluctuations. So you can see this is kind of hard to budget and get these in line with what we think we come in. For July, we had 12 residential permits and 2 commercial permits. That's this dark blue. You can see what the impact was. This is a large commercial, and then this is that apartment complex that came in right at the end of last fiscal year. You can see how the effect of these big commercial permits can have on the permit revenue. Franchises are relatively flat. These are the right-of-way uses for utilities, basically. And they do have some summer months spikes for utility usage. Otherwise, they're relatively flat throughout the rest of the year. On our investments, we keep 92% right now of our investments in investment pools. We have about 4% in cash, 3% in CDs, and then we just have 1% in sort of a longer-term investment, all treasuries right now. The investment pools are like a money market mutual funds only for government entities. So only governments are allowed to invest in the investment pools, but they operate just like a money market mutual fund. We can get the money out the next day. We buy shares. Each piece can't go below $1, like the break the buck we had back in the last Great Recession. And they follow the Fed funds rate very closely. So every time they raise the rate, we immediately see that benefit. If they lower the rate, then we'll more immediately see the detriment. So the Schertz investment policy right now is keeping it short. We were able to ride that wave up, and we're not really seeing a whole lot of benefit to going further out and getting locking our money away for a longer time to get more return on it. It's just not right there right now. That will probably change once we see the Fed start to lower interest rates. We thought we'd see a couple of movements by now, and they keep delaying it. So we'll see if they manage to do it by the end of this calendar year, if they're going to roll into next year. Once they do that, we may change the portfolio allocation to go more long-term. If they start lowering the rates, we want to try to lock in some return on the long end. So in the investment rates, so you can see our portfolio is the green line, and then the 3-month T-bill is the blue line. So that's where we're trying to match that as close as we can. And we're pretty close to where they are. There's a little bit low, and that's because the written our investment pools are the majority of our area, are the majority of our return, and the 3-month T-bill is just slightly higher than that. On the water and sewer revenue, this is another one that's very flat for the city of Schertz. We have the budget and actual back again, so budget, actual. So we had a lot of water usage in October, towards the end of the summer. We really haven't seen much usage. We usually have a big spike, or last year we saw a big spike in August, September. We'll see if we see that again this year as we're coming up into those months. But this is a very normal, even line as well, especially since the city of Schertz doesn't really have too many water restrictions. And then the December area should be a little bit lower as we try to keep people not to water. But if you remember previous conversations, city Schertz residents do like to continue water in the winter, even though we recommend we don't do that. On the breakdown of the different revenue sources, if we look at just the current 3, this is water, this is our sewer, and this is our garbage. You can see where each of those 3 line up and what make up the overall revenue sources for the city, for the water sewer fund. Water's still the largest contributor, and sewer and garbage are coming up in second and third. You kind of see the breakdown. We do have water drop off a little bit and then peak in the hot months. The rest of them are relatively flat. Under the EMS revenue, they have the budget to actual. So we have a relatively flat area. They do every now and then spike every quarter when they get their quarterly payments in from the other entities we provide services to. Those are what those spikes are, and we'll even out that budget to actual. So it doesn't look like we're coming in higher on those. We expected to have about $10.7 million in revenue. So far we have 11.6, so that's pretty good for them. They're doing a good job so far this year in bringing in more revenue. Under the EDC, their revenue is only sales taxes, so this will be monitoring sales taxes very closely, as well as investment revenue. They have a lot of investment revenue. They do have a lot of funds to invest currently, but they expect to be about $7 million, actually at $7.3 million. Again, that comes from the investment revenues really overtaking their budget, and with the Fed leaving the rates high, we didn't anticipate it being this high this long. So with the EDC's reserve, they were able to pull in quite a bit of revenue from the investments to offset the drop in sales taxes we've been seeing. All right, that's a very high level, very quick overview, especially since it's late. But if you have any questions, we can answer the best we can. We can come back to you with more direct information if you want to request it over an email. Or if there's something specifically you'd like to see in future presentations, please let me know and we'll be sure to add it.
Council questions? I don't see any council wanting to have any questions at this time, but I do have one. Do your monthly revenue sources, is that used to cover payroll? If not, where does it come from? If you go back to number 8.
8?
Yes, does it come out of any one of these pools?
The majority, so yes, so that's a good point. So a lot of them are investments and only 4% in cash. So if you look at general fund, which is the largest, most volatile area, what you see is that in these months, the October, November, and then March through February, we actually pull money out of our investment pools into cash, and that covers our payroll and regular expenses. And during these 3 months, we actually put money into the investment pools so we can earn more interest and income.
All right, thank you. Council? Guess we got the thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walters. All right, we have a closed session. Item number 27. The City Council will meet in closed session in accordance with Section 551.072 of the Texas Governmental Code. Deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. The time is now 9:56. We will reconvene after our discussion. Okay, the time is now 10:16. We reconvene into a regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session. The start time was 10:03, end time was 10:09. The chair would like to make a motion to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract and any other requirements or contract or documents to purchase real property not to exceed $250,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second made by Councilmember Macaluso. Was it? Okay. All right, any other discussion? Council, please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 yeas, no objections. Motion passes. All right. Council, any possible updates or information requested from staff? Council, any possible items you'd like to place on the future agenda? Councilmember Macaluso.
Yes, I think it would be beneficial if we put together a workshop for them and for PPD so that we can try to maybe clarify some of the confusions and just to make it a little bit easier for them to know when it's a right opportunity and when it's not.
A workshop on PDDs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other items? Oh, all right. Announcements by council members or events they attended. Mayor Pro Tem Westbrook.
Nothing, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, sir, I did attend a TSAC meeting, and other than that, nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Watson.
I attended Hog Wild, and that was all.
Okay. Councilmember Macaluso.
Attended an interview committee meeting.
Councilmember Hayward.
Yes, I attended the San Antonio Business Journal luncheon, and it was to award our own Chamber President, Maggie Titterton, with a Top Executive Award for 2024. A fajitas and margaritas at the Blue Bonnet, they had a ribbon cutting. The TML Budget and Audit Committee. Geofield Construction, they've been in business for 20 years, but they're finally part of the chamber, and they were celebrating their 20 years. Hog Wild, and then today, the Austin San Antonio Growth Summit, and the interview committee. That is all.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, ribbon cutting for fajitas and margaritas and the Hog Wild. Thank you again to our law firm.
All right, the time is now 10:19. We stand adjourned.